Welcome to the Third House podcast. I'm Erica, your host, and together we'll unravel the astrological and psychological tapestry that shapes our lives. Join me on this exploration towards our deepest potential and authentic selves. I can't wait to connect on our journey of self-discovery, so let's dive in. Hi, everyone. The more I look at May 2025, the word that keeps popping into my head is conclusive. Conclusion. And the more I look at it, if I break it down, it's sort of like, we have Mars leaving shadow at 6 degrees of Leo. And we've really been in this Mars cycle since, I think it was October 5th, 2024, Mars entered shadow. So Mars has been in this sort of by degree in this shadow period or retrograde or direct in shadow. So we're sort of still in this story. But as we get into May, really the May 2nd, Mars pretty much says goodbye to that chapter. And again, if you're new to astrology, I'm going to go through each rising sign. So you'll, and explain it so it is digestible for you. But we also have Saturn walking away from the North Node in Pisces and really gearing up to move into Aries, which is an entirely new territory, right? It's been about, I don't know, just roughly off the top of my head, somewhere between 29, 30 years since Saturn was in Aries last. And this is quite significant because when Saturn pushes into this entirely new territory where Saturn in Aries is a very different Saturn from Saturn in Pisces. So I think we are all going to feel that shift into that new territory. And Saturn will be greeted by Neptune in Aries. So there's a kind of a twist to this situation, right? Because Neptune is going to add a very different element, right? Neptune likes to purify, dissolve, refine things. And Saturn likes to construct, restrict, discipline, build. So there's an interesting dynamic between these two that Saturn will be greeted basically as soon as Saturn enters that house, that Aries house in our chart. And again, I'll go into the details of sort of what it rules and other areas to look out for. It's sort of like as soon as Saturn opens that front door and enters that house, it's not as expected. We also have Mercury. Mercury's been direct and already left shadow. So we sort of said goodbye to that retrograde cycle and what that represented for us. But in May, we have Venus is direct in Aries and will leave shadow as well. So we have the rest of these personal planets wrapping up that retrograde cycle in totality, right? So if you're new here, I really look into the cycles of planets. So I always go back before I jump forward. And I don't just look at a planet in its retrograde phase. I look at the planet when it enters that shadow phase before it goes retrograde to build those contextual clues as to what it might represent. And then even after it goes direct, it is still in that shadow phase until it reaches that degree it originally went retrograde at. So I look at the total picture because that, to me, is significant. It tells us when we can say goodbye, when we can sort of move on to the next chapter. And sort of May has this conclusive energy to it with a little bit of anticipatory energy later in the month when Saturn is at that anaretic degree, ready to push into Aries, an entirely new house for us, and be greeted by Neptune. So it is conclusive, but it's sort of like that when something really stimulating or significant happens in our lives, and we're going and we're trying to figure it out, we're trying to sort it out, sort of get acclimated with it, and then we have sort of those few moments to sit and to think back and sort of reminisce. When something happens in your life and then you get that moment where you can sit down and you can look back and you're like, wow, so much has happened, and in ways I never expected, and really kind of surprised us in many ways. And so that's sort of May to me, where we sit down and we go, oh my God, like how did I end up here? Like, so much has happened. So much has been revised. And, for some of us, it was more internal versus external. And then, as we get deeper into May, we're going to start seeing the slower moving planets over, May forward, start shifting into new territory. And so it's sort of that moment where we think about, oh my God, so much has changed, but now we can only move forward. And it might feel new. It might feel sort of anticipatory or, exciting even for some of us. So I will say that, Saturn, every planet comes with its challenges and, the pros and the cons. But I will say the past couple years where you have felt the most challenge or strife or sort of having to sort of reconstruct, or, things maybe moved a little slower than you desired. Saturn is now moving into Aries, where whatever sort of challenges you may have had in a particular area of your chart and thus life, Saturn is going to start to make friendlier aspects to those areas in your chart and thus your life that may have been challenging the past couple of years. So it's not to say we are not going to be challenged, but where the work and the discipline and sort of the realignment and the restructuring sort of happen for many of us, we will likely step into a time where we can start to really reconstruct and maybe have more opportunity or sort of more flow to rebuilding those areas. So again, May feels very conclusive to me with that anticipatory, okay, all of this happened since September, October 2024. Now it's time to sort of close that chapter and move into a new one and sort of, continue pushing through the rest of 2025, which many of us professional astrologers have mentioned 2020, 2025, even 2026 as really, really significant years. So we are in it. We are in it to win it. Anyways, let's jump in. Hello, Aries risings. So May 2nd, Mars leaves shadow. It's 6 degrees, 10 minutes in your Leo 5th house of creation and joy. So Mars is officially sort of concluding this chapter, or what felt like an entire book for many of us. Now, this is important for you, Aries rising, because Mars is your ruling planet. It rules you, your physical body, the self, how you show up in the world. And so Mars leaving shadow in your 5th house, it's sort of concluding it, but you could feel more motivated and, desire to feel joy, to, step into creation, whatever that means for you specifically. So this could mean children, or your children, if applicable to you. This could be your creative pursuits, your creativity, your self-expression, romance, really joy, play, pleasure. And what's wonderful about this is that Mars will not only be leaving shadow in this 5th house area of joy and creation, it will actually be in a trine configuration to your 1st house of self, the physical body, your ability to take independent action, your identity, how you want to show up in the world. And so this is sort of helping, or potentially helping sort of dissolve those obstacles and create more sort of natural flow to you. Now it will also be in a trine configuration, which is positive and generally positive, to your Sagittarius 9th house of growth and potential. So this could help many Aries rising, especially moving into May, sort of conclude, what you've been enduring for many months at this juncture. Step into more fun, play, creativity, joy, and be able to focus on your physical body, your appearance, feeling good in your body again, and also getting back to feeling that growth and potential in your lives. Now, additionally, on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune in your Aries 1st house. So this adds another element, right? Because Venus rules that 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, as well as your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this could be an opportunity to really focus on investing in yourself, investing in feeling good in your physical body again, investing in your appearance if that's something you desire around this time, and feeling more creative, feeling more alive, feeling more artistic. But all in all, I think this could be a great opportunity to feel good in your body, feel good, sort of maybe refreshing yourselves in one way or another, and how that can sort of also assist you in that self-worth and that value. And it could also really help balance or even show up in those personal and professional partnerships. So it's sort of like, what do you need to feel good in your body again, so that it sort of helps you feel more alive, feel more creative, feel more blissful with your self-worth, with your personal and professional partnerships, so on and so forth. Now, May 12th, there will be a full moon in Scorpio. I went through this full moon. I mean, to me, there's not much going on with it. It's at 22 degrees Scorpio. So if you have anything around 22 degrees, it might be significant for you. But again, I don't have your chart. So May 2nd, this full moon in Scorpio could be culminating or really illuminating something regarding your finances, your long-term finances, any transformational work or resources, particularly, personal or professional resources. Now, May 18th, Jupiter will square the North and South node. So let's break this down a little bit, because I don't look at squares to the nodes as just a square. It's either at a north bending or a south bending, to me specifically. But Jupiter is in your Gemini 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, really those people, places, and things within your immediate environment. Now, Jupiter in Gemini is in detriment, which is a big scary word for just overexerting itself. Now, Jupiter is sort of reaching those last degrees of Gemini. So where it's been overexerting itself, in my opinion, it's starting to find that sort of middle ground. But with Jupiter squaring the North node at a north bending, which is an increase in energy. This is like an increasing of sort of events or people, places, things. Now, what's interesting is that Jupiter's in your third house of communication. Again, things within your immediate environment. Jupiter rules your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, sort of the more hidden aspects of yourself. It also rules your Sagittarius 9th house of growth and potential. So, writing, traveling, publishing, higher knowledge, spirituality, really anything that you are pursuing for growth and potential in your lives. Those themes, so sort of like your deeper thoughts, the things that you're seeking for growth and potential in your life could be increasing within your immediate environment, or those things could be communicated at a more rapid pace. So you could be communicating the visions that you have, the life vision, those subconscious thought patterns. You could be communicating more about the writing opportunities, the travel opportunities, the knowledge you've obtained, or the growth and potential you are doing or seeking in 2025. So this looks like a very communicative time. Now, if you work in the communication field, so, marketing, public relations, even sort of just like speaking, even teaching, or social events, really anything in the communication fields, or even technology. So I would even consider social media, technology, phone, laptop, any of those things that you use, especially if it's professional. Those themes could also be increasing. So definitely, if you work in the communication fields, this could indicate that there is an expansion or very much an increase in sort of communicating your ideas, your visions, the growth and potential, etc. All in all, on a general day-to-day basis, though, the third house does rule sort of those people, places, and things within your immediate environment. So you might be sort of seeking that growth, expansion, potential, sort of bringing your vision or communicating those deeper visions to support and expand your immediate environment. Now, May 24th, this is going to be an interesting day. Now, I am looking at the charts in Eastern Standard Time, so EST. So you will have to correct the time based on where you are in the world. Now, for Eastern Standard Time, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes. So literally at the last itty bitty possible degree and minute, it could be in Pisces, in your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, solitude, dreams, life vision, the more hidden beneath the surface parts of you. So earlier in the day, Saturn will be at that degree where there's a sense of urgency, okay? And so Saturn rules that 10th house of career, or if career is not a thing, what brings you the most fulfillment. It also rules your 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals, okay? So there could be some mental sense of urgency around goals, your social network, your career, your public recognition, what is going to bring you fulfillment, where Mercury will be exactly conjunct Uranus in your Taurus 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So it's sort of like earlier in the day, there could be some sort of nervousness or anxious energy around something going on with social network, your goals, what's going to bring you fulfillment, or your career, where there is this like sudden situation playing out either financially or playing out with your gifts, your talents, your self-worth. And this is also significant because this will be the last time Mercury and Uranus join in your Taurus 2nd house of earned income and self-worth for a very long time. probably like another 80 or 90 years. So this is, earlier in the day, or some of you might still be asleep, depending on where you are in the world. This is a really intense energy. There's like this sense of urgency. And for you, Aries rising, it seems like it could have something to do with like what's going to bring you fulfillment, your career, your business, your long-term goals, and this sudden something playing out for the last time in the area of finances or your gifts, talents, or self-worth. So very, very intense. And then later in the day, Saturn finally pushes into your Aries first house of self, the physical body, appearance, how you want to show up in the world, and joins Neptune. So Saturn is now, there's an intensity, and then later in the day, Saturn pushes out of your 12th house, which for many of you, I think you're going to feel, in my opinion, over the many, many years that I've been doing this, I notice people tend to feel significant shifts when, especially slower moving planets, move from aversed houses to visible houses. So Saturn's been in your 12th for the past couple years, and there's been a lot going on mentally, maybe your mental health, subconscious thought patterns, your dreams, sort of your life vision. And Saturn's had some challenges there. Now Saturn is pushing out of that area. So I think a lot of you might feel that, like, whoa, like I can, it's sort of like that heaviness, that mental heaviness will hopefully subside if that resonates. And Saturn's going to push into a more visible area of your chart, the first house of the self, the physical body, and start to say, okay, based off of the past couple of years and what's changed, let's rebuild, let's reconstruct. And for you, it's going to be very personal. It's you physically. So I think this could be a time where, Saturn not only moves into the first house of the self, but Neptune is there to say, what do you want to dissolve? Now, again, Saturn rules that 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment, as well as your 11th house of social network and your long-term goals. So Saturn moving into the first could be this taste or window of opportunity to say, what do you want to refine? What do you want to purify regarding your career, your business, what brings you fulfillment, or your social network and your long-term goals that's going to fully support you physically? So there's more to come on this. I will talk more about Saturn and Neptune. They're going to be together for a while, and we will get breaks in between. But I think this could be a great time for a lot of Aries risings to sort of say, okay, based off of what has happened the past couple years, how do I want to rebuild in the best way possible that fully supports me, and how can it be refined or purified in the best way possible to fully support who I surround myself with, my long-term goals, and really what fulfills me in this life. Now we really end the month May 26th with this new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees. So what's interesting about this new moon is it's this new moon in your Gemini third house of communication. Again, those people, places, and things within your immediate day-to-day environment. And this new moon could give you an opportunity to say, okay, what new environment? Maybe it's spring cleaning. Maybe it's, new relationships with, siblings, extended family, people in your day-to-day environment. Or just sort of creating this like new energy to how you live day to day. What's interesting about this that I like is that this new moon in Gemini is a new chapter, a new beginning that you want to sort of unfold over the next 5 or 6 months in this immediate environment that you live in, how you communicate, exchange information. But the ruler of this new moon is Mercury, and Mercury will actually be home in Gemini. So Mercury with this new moon, in my opinion, is also tying in your Virgo 6th house. Mercury rules its home in Gemini, your 3rd house, but it also rules that Virgo 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So this is another indicator to me that this is a new beginning or a new opportunity around your communication, exchanging information, people, places, and things within your immediate environment. And it's also tying in themes of, taking care of your health, taking care of your daily work. What routines are going to set you up for success, not only in your day-to-day environment, but, taking care of you, communicating your needs, and finding, balance and sort of this new chapter in that area. So I think it's a wonderful time to sort of organize or, clean out things, refresh your environment, refresh your routines, your work and health routines, and sort of, feel good again. And with the ruler of this new moon being with the new moon home in rulership, there is an element of support, in my opinion. Now, most people will look at this and they'll go, well, Mercury is technically combust. In Hellenistic astrology, there is this little exception where if a planet is combust, but it is in rulership, which is the case here, it's shielded. It's sort of protected because it's in its own home. Now, some of you may agree with this, some of you may disagree with this. Personally, throughout the years that I have sort of looked at, thousands of natal charts and transits, it seems, not always, there's exceptions, but predominantly it seems to apply from what I've seen. So yes, Mercury will be combust, so things might feel really new, right? So maybe there's an element of, yes, this is a new chapter, new opportunity regarding the themes that I talked about. And maybe it feels new. It feels like, oh, I got to adjust to this. But it's in rulership. So it's protected. So there is an element of, I think it's going to be okay in terms of a planet being combust and what that means. So all in all, I think, again, May, conclusive sort of month, wrapping up those retrograde cycles, the rest of the personal planets wrapping up that retrograde cycle, and things starting to move into how can you take care of your physical body? How can you feel good in your body again and sort of get back into anchoring yourselves into that self-worth, that value, surrounding yourselves with the right people, aligning yourselves to those long-term goals, and most importantly, what is most fulfilling to you. Hello, Taurus risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes in your Leo 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this is really officially 100% closing that chapter, or what felt like a whole book for some of you, around those themes, regarding home, family, property, and real estate, even sort of communication, people, places, and things within your immediate environment that, some of you went through some things, like it was a lot. So this sort of says, goodbye, it's over, moving on. So some of you might feel more, I would say, with what Mars rules in your chart, you might feel more mental relief about the situation, or be able to fully sort of, hopefully, like let go or just move on And, whatever occurred roughly around September, October 2024 through the beginning of 2025, you can sort of look at it, hopefully, as sort of like this distant memory and sort of move into a new chapter where there's a sort of mental relief, or there's more motivation, desire, and action within sort of the home, the family, the property, the real estate, and even within your personal and professional partnerships. Now, additionally, on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degrees of Aries. So this conjunction, so they'll be together, sort of merging energies in your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, your dreams, your life vision, sort of more of the things that you are hidden or you sort of beneath the surface. And so what's important about this is that Venus is your ruling planet. It rules your Taurus first house of the self, the physical body. It also rules your Libra sixth house of daily work, health, and routines. Now, Venus-Neptune conjunctions are kind of dreamy. You have the planet of art and partnership and love and value conjunct the planet of, mysticism and dissolving of boundaries. And, Venus Neptune, in my opinion, is like really good for media and art. So if you work in media or art or you're a creative, this happening in your 12th house is sort of, I would take advantage of this. This could be a great time to take some time alone and dream up those visions. Dream up creative ideas. And maybe it's not necessarily the right time. Maybe for some of you it is. But maybe it's not the right time to, bring it out into the world. But this could be a really, really interesting time to sort of take some solitude, if you can, and dream up some really creative ideas. Or, like I said, artistry, media, Venus Neptune, I think is a very interesting conjunction. Now, it is in Aries, so Venus in Aries is very, Venus knows what Venus wants in Aries. So it might have a little bit of, pop to it. But I think with Venus ruling your first house of the self, this could be a really great time to not only dream up maybe ideas for work or sort of health or sort of your daily health and work routines, but also sort of dream up, maybe you're thinking about changing your appearance or, wardrobe, or kind of stepping into more of the physical aspects of artistry or creation or self-expression. So I think this is an interesting conjunction here to ride out. But yeah, I think, it's happening in the 12th house. So sort of time alone or solitude or the ability to kind of think independently, I think will be necessary for many of you to step into that really sort of dissolving of boundaries. And yeah, Venus Neptune it's fun. It's a fun energy. So yeah, May 12th, there will be a full moon in your Scorpio 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. Now, I went through this full moon. It's not, nothing crazy in my opinion is happening, but if you have any personal placements around 22 degrees, that could play a significant part in this full moon. But generally, this is sort of really culminating a situation in personal or professional partnerships that is balancing sort of your needs versus the needs of others. But you could, your long-term partnerships, including marriage, even professional partnerships, could be really highlighted around this time. So just keep that in mind if that is a theme that is really starting to amplify in May. Now, May 18th, Jupiter at 25 degrees Gemini is going to square the nodes. This is, when I look at the squares to the nodes, I don't look at it just like a square. It's either at the north bending or the south bending. So it tells me a little bit more detail. Now, Jupiter is in your Gemini second house of earned income and self-worth. And it will be at the north bending square, the nodes in your Pisces 11th house and your Virgo 5th house. So I will break this down. Jupiter's been in your Gemini second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, Jupiter gets a reputation of, expansion and abundance and, all of these things. But Jupiter's been in detriment in Gemini. So it's been sort of overexerting itself, or the pendulum swings from one end of the spectrum to the other end. And it's sort of hard for Jupiter and Gemini to find that middle ground. Now, the good news is that when Jupiter reaches those, the last degrees of Gemini, even though it's still in detriment, I personally think that when Jupiter reaches, the last 5-ish degrees, which is where it's at, 25 degrees out of 30, it starts to find that middle ground. It's still in detriment, but hey, I'll take any additional benefit that I can with this. And so it's finding that middle ground. It squares the nodes at a north bending, which basically means that it's giving Jupiter an added element of increase. So north bending is increase. It could be increasing more Jupiter themes regarding your gifts, your talents, your self-worth, your income. Okay. Jupiter rules that 11th house of social network and long-term goals, as well as your 8th house of long-term financial situations, resources, including a partner's resources, and any transformational work. I personally think that this could be sort of a lot of action, increasing action around money and sort of, your long-term goals. So definitely look at, it looks like for Taurus risings, there is this element of, okay, we're closing out these retrograde cycles, we're closing out these chapters. And now you could be focusing on sort of, what's the financial situation now versus the past couple months. What's the new budget, what's the new financial goals, and how to sort of increase that focus to align to the long-term goals, the dreams, the aspirations, if that resonates with you. So definitely looks like increasing financial themes mostly, and how that middle ground can be found to align the long-term goals and even a partner's resources, if that's applicable. Now, May 24th is a very, very interesting day. Some of you might feel this May 23rd, even the 22nd, if you're more sensitive. I am looking at this in Eastern Standard Time. So EST, that's what I'm looking at. So correct what I'm saying to your time zone. Now, earlier in the day, again, Eastern Standard Time, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. So earlier in the day, Saturn will be at the last degree and the last minute of Pisces. This is your 11th house of friends, groups, community. So your social network, your dreams, your aspirations, your long-term goals. Okay. So Saturn is at the most intense, that anaretic degree, the most intense, the most sense of urgency point in that 11th house of social network and long-term goals. This is very important for Taurus risings because Saturn most likely rules your career, your public recognition, and if career is not a thing, what fulfills you. Okay. So there is this sense of urgency around maybe higher knowledge, publishing, teaching, traveling, your career, your business, or what you are specifically focused on that brings you fulfillment at this time. Okay. Super, super intense. Now, on top of that, as Saturn is at this really intense point, Mercury will be exactly conjunct Uranus in Taurus at 27 degrees. So again, Saturn, super intense, super sense of urgency around the career, the writing, the teaching, the traveling, the growth, the potential, regarding, maybe a goal, a long-term goal, something going on in your social network playing into it. Where Mercury and Uranus is very stimulating. It's very it's like nervous energy in your first house of the physical body, the self, how you show up in the world. So if you are a Taurus rising and you are prone to nervous, anxious energy, be aware of, I would say, the 23rd, 24th, 25th. Specifically, if you have anything around 27 degrees in your chart. The good news is this will be the last time Mercury and Uranus join in your first house of self. The next time, I think it will be probably, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 years, something like that. So that's the good news. This is sort of, you've dealt with these Mercury-Uranus conjunctions in your first house for years now. This conjunction is nothing new. You are familiar with this. So this could be, for some of you, a time where you say, I'm done with the anxiety. I'm done with the nervousness. I don't need to feel this way in my body anymore. Mercury does rule, your earned income, your creativity, your self-expression, your children, if applicable. So this day, the first half of the day or earlier in the day could feel really intense. Like there is a sense of urgency around maybe a money situation, your career, your business, what brings you fulfillment, your long-term goals. And then later in the day, Saturn pushes into your Aries 12th house of the subconscious, your life vision, solitude, rest, recharge, the more sort of hidden behind the scenes part of your chart. And so the first half of the day is like, I think we're all going to be feeling a little like, whoa, there's a push. There is a heightened situation. And then later in the day, Saturn pushes into your Aries 12th house and joins Neptune. So this will feel different. I think the majority of us will feel this shift from, Saturn in Pisces is a very different Saturn from Aries. And so what I like about this is that Saturn rules your 9th house of growth potential. Again, publishing, teaching, traveling, higher knowledge. It also rules your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what is most fulfilling to you at this time. And Saturn moving into your 12th house, joining Neptune, is sort of this taste, this introduction of, okay, maybe there was a sense of urgency. Maybe there was something sort of intensifying around those themes. And then later in the day, it seems like it starts to dissipate, right? Because Neptune starts to dissolve, purify, refine what Saturn rules, which is the career, what brings you fulfillment, the growth, the potential. And it's sort of happening in that 12th house of the subconscious. So although if you look at a general description of Saturn in Aries in the 12th house, you're going to read a very different description. However, we really have to consider Saturn joining Neptune, because Neptune is purifying, it's dissolving, so this could, I don't know, it's really, again, I don't have your natal chart in front of me, but looks like the first half of the day or earlier in the day is intense. There is a lot of energy. And then Saturn pushes into Aries and starts to apply to Neptune. And it's almost like that mental, like it dissolves the mental. It dissolves I'm hoping that this is sort of maybe there's an intense part of this. And then when Saturn joins Neptune, it sort of dissolves or sort of relieves you of that whatever was sort of the deadline or the sense of urgency or something around, work or growth potential, what's bringing you fulfillment. And so yeah, this is May 24th, 23rd, 24th, 25th is quite an interesting day. There is, first half is very different from the second half. And so, yeah, I would definitely be aware. So for example, if you have deadlines at work, if you have things going on with, whatever you're focused on for fulfillment or career or public recognition, if you have things or deadlines, especially going into May, work around it, prepare for it, so that when the 23rd, 24th, 25th comes around, it's not so intense. It's not so, that huge sense of urgency. But all in all, this could signal sort of something amplifying or really intensifying around the career, the public recognition, growth potential, or sort of what brings you fulfillment, that will then shift into this refining it, purifying it, dissolving what needs to go within it to reconstruct for the long haul. So very, very interesting day. And then I want to end the month on May 26th with a new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees in your Gemini second house of earned income and self-worth. So new moon, new opportunity, new chapter that you want to sort of unfold over the next 5 or 6 months. Now this is at 6 degrees with Mercury. And what I like about this new moon is that yes, it is a new beginning, a new opportunity for you, maybe financially, gifts, talents, self-worth, those things that are yours. And the ruler of this new moon in Gemini is Mercury. And Mercury is home in Gemini. So Mercury is not only home in Gemini, it is in rulership. It is hanging out with this new moon. Now, most people will look at this and they will say, well, Mercury's combust. There is a little bit of an exception with this. So if a planet is, at least in Hellenistic astrology, but if a planet is combust, so close to the sun, and it's in rulership, it's sort of protected. It's shielded from it. Now, some of you may agree with this. Some of you may not. I'm okay with that. I have witnessed, though, that when a planet is in rulership and it is combust, it doesn't act like a typical combustion. There is some element of protection. So this new moon could be a new beginning or a new opportunity financially or, self-worth, where maybe it feels very new, or maybe there's an element of unfamiliarity to it, but there is some sort of protection. There is some sort of shielding from that combustion where a planet is sort of under the beams. It's not really operating the way it typically operates. So it's sort of protected or shielded, in my opinion. So also to consider, Mercury does rule your Virgo 5th house of creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable to you. So this could be tying in elements of not only new beginnings or new opportunities regarding your finances or your self-worth. It could have an element or be tying into your creative pursuits, creative projects, self-expression, or your children. So again, all in all, May has a lot of conclusive sort of wrapping up those energies, and then this sort of anticipatory sort of building into new energy, new territories, and sort of that closing this chapter and moving into an entirely new chapter, especially as we get deeper into the summer, where Jupiter's going to push into its place of exaltation, and Uranus moves into your Gemini 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So definitely stay tuned for that. But definitely May it's going to be an interesting, I say it over and over again, I'm a broken record, but 2025, man, 2025. Hello, Gemini risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes of Leo. So this is happening in your 3rd house of communication. And really, I like to think of the 3rd house as, yes, communication, technology, but also those people, places, and things within your immediate environment. So with Mars leaving shadow, you get to officially close that chapter that had you sort of reviewing and revising any core motivations, desires regarding finances, your self-worth, even long-term goals. And there could have been some work, career situation playing out for some of you. So this is sort of the official closing of that chapter. But with Mars leaving shadow and moving through this Leo 3rd house, some of you could see a little bit more action in your immediate environment, things happening. Things could be even like more activity with siblings, extended family sort of coming up for some of you even. But some of you could feel more motivation or motivated to communicate personally and or professionally regarding, your long-term goals, your work. And some of you could see some sort of more socialization even because of the trine configuration to your Aries 11th house. So I'm sort of, I like to try to consider all areas given that I don't have your natal chart. So this could be just, more action in your immediate environment, could be a little bit more motivated to socialize, a little bit more motivated work-wise, health-wise. So this might be a welcomed sort of movement for many Gemini risings. Additionally, on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune in your Aries 11th house of friends, groups, communities. So really your social network, whether it's personal or professional, as well as those long-term goals. Now, Venus rules your 12th house of the subconscious, really sort of like more of the hidden parts of you in your life, as well as your Libra 5th house of joy and creation. So creative projects, romance, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So some of you might be this Venus, a Venus-Neptune conjunction is great for creativity, media, artistry. But with it being in your 11th house, I think this might be a time of redefining your joy to who you surround yourselves with and those long-term goals. So this could be a time where maybe some of you are sort of stepping into more of what you love and value regarding your dreams, your long-term goals. And maybe this is, I don't know if all of you will obviously experience this, but some of you may have been really working up a life vision mentally behind the scenes that also included sort of what is going to bring you joy. So sort of combining that life vision that many of you have been sort of marinating in, thinking about the past couple years, how that can bring you more joy and creation into your life. But this might be a taste of sort of how can we dissolve, purify, refine those boundaries to now consider who you need to surround yourselves with to align those visions, those, that creativity, that self-expression, that joy into the long-term goals. And some of you might even, Neptune, this one looks interesting because some of you might even find yourselves connecting or socializing with people that you haven't before. Because Neptune can kind of dissolve those boundaries. And with it entering your Aries 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals, sort of like the boundaries that kept you contained within certain social networks or groups might dissolve to sort of open up new connections with people. Now, May 12th, there will be a full moon in Scorpio at 22 degrees. So if you have anything at close to 22 degrees in your chart, you want to take this into consideration. But basically, this full moon on May 12th is illuminating or culminating something around a health situation, routines, or your work. Even coworkers is another thing to pay attention to around this time. So something could be really highlighted or illuminated around those themes, or could be quite literally closing out or sort of shifting into a new space regarding work, health, and routines. Now, May 18th, there will be Jupiter square the nodes. This one is very interesting for Gemini risings because Jupiter will be at 25 degrees in your first house of the self, the physical body, appearance, really how you show up in the world. And it will be square the nodes in your 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment, and your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. Now, Jupiter will be specifically at a north bending instead of a south bending. So the north bending means this is not only a square or an action aspect regarding you, home and family, as well as career, or what is currently bringing you fulfillment if career is not a thing. It is increasing those themes, particularly around you personally, your ability to take independent action. So this could signify, maybe you being in the spotlight, something increasing about your ability to take independent action, what is really going to serve you, what is really going to fulfill you in a way where Jupiter rules that 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this could also indicate really strong themes of increasing what is bringing you fulfillment, the career, the business, the public recognition, as well as balancing that with personal and professional partnerships that are playing a part in that. May 24th. May 24th is a very interesting day. I would say the 23rd, 24th, 25th, but the 24th is when things go exact. So I am looking at Eastern Standard Time. So correct the timelines for where you are in the world. So again, I'm looking at Eastern Standard Time on May 24th, where earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. So this is probably one of those moments that Gemini risings have been waiting for a very long time. Saturn's had, a few years in your 10th house of career, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. And, it's plateaued, it's delayed, it's slowed things down. It's, even been challenging or disciplined in those areas. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn is at the last degree and the last minute in this area of your chart and thus life. We call this the anaretic degree. So there is a sense of urgency. There is this, sense of urgency. It's really prominent. It's most likely going to be felt by many of you. And so in addition to Saturn being at this last degree, last minute in this area, the same time, Mercury, your ruling planet, will be exactly conjunct Uranus in your Taurus 12th house of the subconscious, your life vision, sort of the things, more hidden behind the scenes. Okay? So let's break this down a little bit, because this is a very intense time where something could be really amplifying in career or what brings you fulfillment with a sense of urgency that's also playing a part with the growth and potential many of you have been really desiring for years now. Okay? While at the same time, we have Mercury conjunct Uranus for the last time in your Taurus 12th house. So Mercury conjunct Uranus is it's jam-packed with energy. There's a lot of potential energy in this. It even can be sort of nervous energy, but it's in your 12th house. So for you, it's maybe more mental. It may not be visible to the rest of the world. You may have a lot on your mind, particularly regarding you, as well as home, family, property, and real estate. So there could be some sudden shifts, a lot going on mentally that's pulling you in the direction of, taking care of your own individual needs, but also any major themes around home, family, property, and real estate, while Saturn is intensifying and creating this sense of urgency around career, business, or what's bringing you fulfillment at the same time. Now, later in the day, Saturn pushes into your Aries 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals. So the energy shifts. It's finally out of that 10th house of career, public recognition, or what is bringing you fulfillment. And it is shifted into the area of social network, long-term goals, and it is greeted by Neptune. So this is a very interesting day, because Saturn is intensifying the area of career and public recognition with a sense of urgency, particularly around growth and potential. Many of you have been wanting for years now. And then it pushes and it moves into an entirely different house. That is a very different energy. So Saturn is moving from Pisces, a water sign, to Aries, which is a fire sign, but Saturn in Aries is a very physical Saturn. It's also a little feisty. So I think we're going to, at a minimum, feel that energetic shift later in the day. But with Neptune representing the dissolution of things, the purifying, the refining, things could sort of shift into the purifying or the refining of that growth and potential that you've wanted, the transformation, the resources that is potentially reconstructing to not only align to those long-term goals, but reconstructing something that is more refined and purified. And this might play a part with who you surround yourselves with, right? The 11th house is the social house. It is the friends, the groups, and the community. So with Saturn now in this area giving you a taste, it could be the, shifting of boundaries around your friends, your groups, communities, dissolving outdated patterns, structures, boundaries that prevent you from expanding your social network into the right areas, or sort of shifting your perspective around the long-term goals, the growth, the potential, and resources. So again, very interesting time where we're sort of going from one energy to the next, where it seems like Gemini risings are, it's like there's two different focal points in the day. Huge, like very visible, very external, like other people might even be seeing it play out in your lives around the sense of urgency, the career, what's going to bring me fulfillment, how do I align myself to my long-term goals, what's my growth and potential, things sort of unfolding in that arena. While potentially behind the scenes, you might have a lot on your minds suddenly coming up regarding, you being able to take care of your needs, and also some situation playing out with home, family, property, real estate themes. I want to end the month on May 26th, when there is a new moon in Gemini, your first house of the self, at 6 degrees. Now, what's interesting about this new moon, it is certainly a new beginning, a new opportunity that can sort of unfold. But for you, it's personal. It is literally in your first house of self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world. And so it could be a new chapter, a new opportunity happening after all of these planets are shifting out of the shadow cycle, the retrograde cycle shadow, and gearing up to shift into new territory or already shifting into new territory. And then this new moon comes along in your first house of self. And it's sort of like, what do you want to unfold over the next 5 or 6 months that really serves you, that feels good in your physical body, how you want to show up in the world, that fully supports the growth and potential, but also what brings you joy, what literally feels good for you. Like many of you, it might have felt hard, like a lot of discipline, a lot of challenge, a lot of trials and tribulation. So this could be sort of a wonderful new moon for Gemini rising, specifically to say, where can things start to feel good again? And also support where I want to go or what fulfills me. What's interesting about this new moon as well is that the ruler of this new moon and your ruling planet, Mercury, will be hanging out with this new moon in your Gemini first house. So Mercury is in rulership. It has its resources. It has a good bit of essential dignity. So that indicates to me, in my opinion, it's well resourced. It's more supportive of that new moon in its home. Most people will look at this and say, well, Mercury is technically combust. Sure. There is an exception in Hellenistic astrology where if a planet is combust, so close to the sun, burned up by its rays, but if it's in rulership, if it's home, it has protection. It's sort of shielded from it in a way. And I've tested this theory over many years, and for the most part, again, depends on your natal chart, depends on other factors in your natal chart. For the most part, it holds up. So maybe this new chapter that you're starting or stepping into, maybe it involves growth and potential. Maybe it involves what is going to bring you fulfillment, career, business, long-term goals. Maybe it feels new and sort of anticipatory or, a little unusual for some. I think with Mercury being in rulership and sort of shielded, it might help. Now, Mercury also rules that fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So the help or the shield might come from people you live with or family members that can support or help initiate this new chapter or new opportunity playing out in your life. So look to the people, your loved ones, your home, and maybe it's a relocation or a renovation or something within the home that's going to fully support you feeling good in your body and being able to step into that new chapter or new opportunity you really want to fulfill in 2025. Hello, Cancer risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes in your Leo second house of earned income and self-worth. So this is really wrapping up that chapter or what felt like a novel involving earned income, maybe business, what brings you fulfillment, and some own sort of individual needs, desires, motivations that's really serving you, integrating more joy in your life. So with Mars leaving shadow, being direct, there could definitely be additional action, desires, and motivations around earned income, whatever you consider yours, your gifts, your talents, your material possessions, and most importantly, your self-worth. Now, this will be in sort of this trine configuration, at least by house, to your 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment if career is not a thing, as well as your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So whatever actions, desires, and motivations are going on between, your finances, your self-worth, this could definitely play into some sort of movement and flow to fulfillment, career, work, health, routines. Now, additionally, on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degree of Aries. So this is in your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or again, if career is not a thing, what brings you fulfillment? And so Venus-Neptune together is really great, in my opinion, for art, media, artistry. But Venus, more specifically for Cancer risings, Venus rules your 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So really your social network, your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations, as well as home and family. So what is going on around maybe purifying or refining your needs at home, relationships with family members, property or real estate situations potentially playing out, as well as sort of maybe purifying, dissolving, refining, not only sort of the more visible part of your life, which could include your career or your business or what brings you fulfillment, but also who you surround yourselves with. How do they sort of align you to those long-term goals? And, this looks like a mishmash of, you know, maybe sort of like refining the home environment or refining situations on the home front, but also looking at, who do you need to surround yourselves with? What are your long-term goals? And how can that be balanced with personal fulfillment or a situation playing out with career or business? Now, May 12th, there will be a full moon in Scorpio. This is your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, romance, or children, if applicable to you. So really the place of joy and creation, whatever that specifically means for you. Now, looking at this full moon, it doesn't, generally speaking, it doesn't look like there's too much going on with it. However, if you have any personal placements around 22 degrees in your chart, that could change the story. That could intensify it. So definitely look at those personal placements or those aspects if you're sort of really into the full moons and new moons. Now, this full moon is, generally speaking, really culminating a situation or illuminating something regarding what brings you joy, maybe situations with children or childcare, if that's applicable, creative pursuits, projects, self-expression. The good news is that whatever's culminating in this area, it could have it could consequently sort of provide flow to your first house of self and the physical body and sort of how you want to show up in the world. So just keep that in mind. Then on May 18th, we have Jupiter in your Gemini 12th house of the subconscious, your dreams, your life vision, more of the hidden or sort of solitude part of your life. And Jupiter's been in Gemini for some time, but when Jupiter reaches that 25th degree, it will square the nodes in your Pisces 9th house and your Virgo 3rd house. So I'll break this down. Again, Jupiter's been in this area, expanding the subconscious mind, expanding sort of the dreams, the visions, all of that. But Jupiter in Gemini is in detriment. So it could have felt like there's a mental overexertion. Some of you might feel sort of mentally exhausted, or you might have mentally been pulled in a lot of different directions for some time, at least for the past year. So when Jupiter reaches sort of those last few degrees of Gemini, in my opinion, it seems to find that middle ground. It's kind of explored a lot and gone from one end of the spectrum to the other in Gemini, and now it starts to hopefully find that middle ground. But the square to the nodes is interesting because it's at a north bending. So planets can square the nodes at a north bending or south bending. And a north bending generally indicates a more increasing energy instead of like a release or a decrease. So this is something increasing in terms of life vision, increasing mental, your thoughts, your mental thoughts, your dreams, specifically around, the growth and potential you're really looking for in 2025, even into 2026. So what growth and potential are you seeking in 2025? Maybe for some of you, it involves your career or public recognition, especially if your midheaven is in, around 25 degrees, Pisces in particular. But, it's squaring the nodes in the 9th and the 3rd. So these are travel houses. It says communication, exchanging information, higher knowledge, spirituality, publishing, teaching, whatever resonates with you in terms of what you want to learn or what growth and potential you're really seeking in 2025. The square from Jupiter sort of, it's increasing, I think, maybe the mental power, increasing the sort of the life vision around your work, your health, your routines, and how, what action is necessary in order to align yourselves to that growth and potential that you're really seeking in 2025. And again, it could involve the career or what brings you optimal fulfillment at this juncture. Now, when we get to May 24th, some of you might feel this, May 22nd, May 23rd, but May 24th is a very interesting day. When I really got into the details of the chart and the transit, you know, it's the first half is very different from the second half. Now, I am looking at the chart in Eastern Standard Time. So when I'm talking about earlier in the day or later in the day, please correct that to your time zone. But again, you could feel it the day before, even the day after. But earlier in the day, on the 24th, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. So we have Saturn at the anaretic degree. This is the degree of urgency. Okay, it's at the last degree and even the last minute of Pisces, which is your ninth house of growth and potential. Again, the higher knowledge, the spirituality, the travel, the publishing, the teaching, whatever you're seeking for growth and potential. That Saturn is at the degree of urgency. It is, earlier in the day, it could, and again, you could feel this the days leading up to this pressure, this urgency to do, to act, particularly, yes, in growth and potential, but there could be something playing out in personal and professional partnerships, long-term financial goals, resources could be playing into this as well. Now, additionally, when Saturn is at that last degree, the last minute in this area, Mercury will be exactly conjunct Uranus at 27 degrees in your Taurus 11th house, friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So social network and long-term goals. So it looks like there is this sense of urgency around maybe something playing out in personal and professional partnerships, resources, long-term financial situation that's playing into this sense of urgency around the growth and potential, or like I said, for some of you, the career or fulfillment. While there is this sort of huge amount of potential energy happening in the area of social network and long-term goals, that is also going on as Saturn is at this last degree. So, sense of urgency, maybe there's finances involved, maybe there is a partnership involved, where there is a lot of nervousness or potential energy sort of expanding, even suddenly for some, in the area of sort of your social network, who you want to surround yourselves with, and those long-term goals. So some of you, in a very sort of general way, the days leading up to this could feel this massive sense of urgency around the growth and potential, and building and pushing towards that growth and potential, where resources or certain partnerships could be involved, while you're really trying to sort of create a lot of action and potential and energy in your social network or long-term goals regarding this thing that you could have a sense of urgency around. And now later in the day, Saturn pushes into your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or again, if career is not a thing, that, those things that bring you fulfillment at this time or that you're seeking. So then the energy pushes into the focal point of career, business, what brings you fulfillment. But it's greeted by Neptune. And this is an interesting situation because Saturn in Aries, if you read Saturn in Aries or any of the literature on it, you're going to read one thing, but then you have to take into consideration that it's going to be greeted by Neptune, that purifies, that dissolves, that refines something. So the lead up to this is it's jam packed with energy and, even, nervousness or the need to take action, that potential, but then later in the day, it's sort of like it potentially dissolves, or it sort of clears and it moves into an entirely different arena involving your career, your business, your public recognition, where Saturn, ruling the area of partnership as well as transformation, long-term financial goals or resources, joins Neptune. So something could later in the day all of a sudden push you into purifying, refining, dissolving certain aspects of personal or professional partnerships, long-term financial goals, resources, transformational work, to change the way you do business, change the way you operate at work, change what brings you fulfillment at this time. So the end of May is a really interesting time that I feel like is that push into an entirely new novel, where I think a lot of Cancer risings, you could start to shift into changing the way you make money, the way you do business, what brings you fulfillment. And that involves some level of resources or personal and professional partnerships that are playing into this restructuring, purifying, or refining involving these areas. Now I'm going to end the month on May 26th when we have a new moon in your Gemini 12th house of the subconscious, the dreams, the life vision, the more hidden parts of your chart and thus your life. And so this new moon is a new chapter, a new beginning, a new opportunity that is really starting behind the scenes for you. It could be starting more mentally. Now, Mercury also rules your Virgo 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, the people, places, and things within your immediate environment. Now, if you know your chart and you know your IC is in your Virgo 3rd house, this could involve new chapters, new opportunities involving home, family, property, or real estate. That, again, starts with the vision. It starts with the thoughts, the dreams. So this new moon is sort of like, what vision do you have? What dream? What's hidden beneath the surface that you want to either manifest or sort of unfold over the next 5 or 6 months? That could involve, personal or professional communication, anything to do with communication or technology, people, places, and things within your immediate environment, or a home and family situation involved with that immediate environment. So what's really interesting about this new moon is the ruler of this new moon, Mercury, will also be in Gemini. It will be hanging out with this new moon. So it's sort of like the ruler of this new moon is in rulership. It's home. It's well-resourced. It has good essential dignity. So to me, it's supporting this. And most people will look at this and they'll go, oh, well, Mercury's combust. It's near the sun. It's under the sun rays. And there's a little tiny exception in Hellenistic astrology that over the years seems to hold up, at least for me. And you can agree, you can disagree. It doesn't bother me one bit. But when a planet is combust and it's in rulership, it's sort of shielded. It is protected in some ways. So maybe this new beginning or new chapter feels very new, or it feels very anticipatory. But there's an element of help or resources that could be sort of protecting the anticipatory, or sort of this, like, the ability to start this new chapter or beginning. Either way, I think we're really ending the month for Cancer risings with a lot shifting around what fulfills you? What growth and potential do you really want to push or have a sense of urgency around this particular time? That could also involve your career, your business, your public recognition for those involved with career or business. That really wraps up at the end of the month, where you can sort of maybe find mental relief or create new patterns, new life vision around what you have sort of created or had this sense of urgency around. So creating new chapters, new sort of mental life vision, releasing the subconscious patterns that no longer serve you in this new chapter of growth and potential, or new ways of operating around what brings you fulfillment, new ways of operating around your career, your business, your public recognition. Hello, Leo risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes in your Leo first house of self, the physical body, appearance, how you show up in the world. So this could really feel good for a lot of Leo risings. You had the Mars entering shadow, Mars going retrograde, backing up into your 12th house of the subconscious. So there's been a lot going on mentally behind the scenes versus physically or externally. That's been challenging for a lot of Leo rising. So if that's been the case for you, you're not alone in that. But basically, Mars leaving shadow, sort of wrapping up officially by degree that Mars cycle that took place between those two houses. And now Mars is really out of shadow. It is direct. It's going to continue moving through your Leo first house, hopefully re-energizing, just sort of bringing you more courage, more life, feeling alive for many of you, hopefully. And what's interesting about May 2nd is Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degree in your Aries 9th house of growth and potential. So when I talk about growth and potential, it could be the publishing, the teaching, the traveling, the spirituality, the higher knowledge, or really anything you are pursuing to create more growth and potential in your lives. Now, for some of you, if you have your midheaven in Aries especially, this could involve career, business, public recognition, or what really brings you fulfillment. But Venus conjunct Neptune is, in my opinion, really good for artistry, media, creativity. But more specifically, Venus rules your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment if career is not a thing. So Venus conjunct Neptune, there could be an element of shifting gears around the growth and potential you're seeking by maybe releasing what is no longer serving, dissolving, purifying, or refining particular elements around what brings you fulfillment or your career, your business, your public recognition, and changing the way you pursue the growth and potential, or choosing, different things around growth and potential. Another, sneaky thing in the background that I would also consider with this is Neptune dissolves things. So there could be sort of the new perspectives or new ways of looking at the growth and potential in your lives. So that's something to consider, especially around, what brings you fulfillment, your career, your business, your public recognition. Now, May 12th, there will be a full moon in your Scorpio 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate at 22 degrees. So nothing, I mean, there's nothing really super crazy, generally speaking, about this full moon. But if you have anything in your chart around 22 degrees, this will definitely change things, change the scope of this story. But generally speaking, this full moon could be illuminating or culminating a home, family, property, or real estate situation once and for all, especially with Mars leaving shadow, Mars ruling the Scorpio fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this could sort of create the action, the culmination, the completion of this chapter that's been quite lengthy for many of us. Then on May 18th, Jupiter will square the north and south node. So Jupiter has been in your Gemini 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Yes, Jupiter is the planet of abundance and expansion, but Jupiter has been in detriment. So Jupiter is kind of overexerting itself. And in Gemini, Jupiter tends to go from one end of the spectrum to the other. So it's sort of like it's trying to find the truth. Like, where's the truth? Let's go over here. Let's go over here. But when Jupiter reaches the 25th degree, it will square the nodes in your second and eighth house. Now, these are financial houses. This is also self-worth, transformation, resources. So Jupiter could be creating additional action around investments, assets, resources, your personal finances, transformation, self-worth, where it could potentially create an increase of situations that sort of either expand your social network or your goals, or can sort of create the change or action necessary to surround yourself with the right people and align yourself to those long-term goals. So there could be additional financial themes that play out. Maybe it has something to do with home, family, property, and real estate. But I think with Jupiter at the north bending in this square configuration, it's generally the north bending is like an increase instead of a decrease or a release. So I think this could sort of create additional action needed either financially or resource-wise that is also aligning you to the right social network, dreams, aspirations, long-term goals. Now, May 24th is a very interesting day. I am looking at these transits in Eastern Standard Time. So when I say earlier in the day or later in the day, it's Eastern Standard Time. So please adjust accordingly depending on where you are in the world. May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. So Saturn will be at this anaretic degree the last minute in your Pisces 8th house of transformation, long-term financial goals, resources, partners' resources. So, excuse me. Saturn is at this anaretic degree. It is the degree of urgency. So Saturn is increasing a lot of urgency around maybe a financial situation, financial goals, resources, transformational work that could involve personal or professional partnerships, as well as sort of your work as well. While Saturn is increasing the sense of urgency, at the same time, Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct at 27 degrees in your Taurus 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment if career is not a thing. So we have a lot of potential energy on this day. Some of you might feel it May 23rd through the 25th, 26th, but ultimately, I would say leading up to May 24th, the few days leading up to it, you could really feel that sense of urgency around, financial goals, transformation, resources, that the past couple years you've been really tested or challenged or really have had to work a lot in this area of transformational work or financial situations or, working with your fears, etc. That could involve personal or professional partnerships, your health, your work, your routines. Now it's at that point of urgency where Mercury and Uranus, Mercury and Uranus are, I think, of the nervous system. It's, this isn't the first time they've been conjunct in your 10th house, but this will be the last time that these two will be conjunct in Taurus. So this is another element of conclusion that I talked about in the intro. The next time these two will be conjunct in your Taurus 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment will be, I think, roughly 80, 90 years from now. So you don't need to worry about it. So lots of buzzy energy, lots of action, lots of, a sense of urgency or even an urgency to sort of complete this cycle. Later in the day, Saturn will push past that anaretic degree, that 29th degree, that sense of urgency, into your Aries 9th house of growth and potential. So now the shift shifts and the focus becomes, I think, more about, the past couple of years, it's been a lot of 8th house themes. A lot of transformational work, maybe therapy's been a thing, working with your fears, working with finances, working with partners' resources if applicable. And now Saturn bumps into your Aries 9th house and it's starting to say, hey, what do you want to reconstruct in terms of the growth and potential in your lives? Based off of what's happened the past couple years, now let's rebuild. Let's rebuild. Let's commit to the growth and potential you want to seek. Maybe it's higher education, publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, really anything that you're seeking for that growth and potential. That could involve your work, could involve personal and professional partnerships as well with Saturn's rulership. But as Saturn enters your Aries 9th house of growth and potential, it's going to be greeted by Neptune. So there is this element of, what do you want to purify? What do you want to refine or dissolve that no longer serves the growth and potential you want, no longer serves the personal and professional partnerships you want, no longer serves your health, your work, to step into this new wave of, or new way of growth and potential in your life for rebuilding what you do want after, a couple years of, for some of us facing a lot of transformation, a lot of things coming up. I will say, when Saturn enters, or when Saturn's in Aries, it will be in a trine configuration to your first house of self. So for the past, roughly 7 years off the top of my head, Saturn has not been in pleasant configurations to your first house of self. So a lot of Leo risings listening to this, you could think back over the past 7 years and be like, wow, man, there's been a lot of transformation. And then before that, it was, a lot of partnership stuff. And then before that, it was a lot of work and health situation stuff. And, it's been a mishmash of a lot of that. where now when Saturn enters Aries, it's actually going to start to finally make a positive aspect to your first house of self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world, as well as your fifth house of joy and creation. So the good news is whatever growth and whatever you're sort of dissolving or purifying or refining in terms of what no longer serves you, the restructuring around the growth and potential you really want to seek in your life, it could consequently sort of dissolve the obstacles and create more positive flow into positively constructing who you want to be, how you want to show up in the world, as well as, weaving in the joy and the creation into your life. So I think in some ways, again, there's challenges with everything, but I think finally for Leo risings, you finally get some positive, more gentle aspect from Saturn to your first house of self in a really long time. Now, I want to end the month on May 26th, when you will have a new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees in your 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So this could be a new opportunity, a new beginning around your social network, your friendships, your long-term goals, where a lot's shifting, a lot's closing out, concluding, and pushing us into new energy. And so this new moon can be a wonderful opportunity to create new ways of existing within your friendships, expanding your groups, your communities, your social network, aligning yourselves to the right people that align you to those long-term goals, and vice versa. What's interesting about this new moon is the ruler of this new moon, Mercury, will be hanging out with this new moon in Gemini. So Mercury is in rulership. It is home in Gemini. So it is by essential dignity pretty well resourced. It's as if, when you're in your own home, you have everything you need, you're comfortable. And so when Mercury is hanging out with this new moon, it to me is supporting. It's very supportive of this new beginning, this new opportunity. Now, Mercury also rules your second house of earned income and self-worth. So there could be an element to the new beginnings or new opportunities involving your social network and your long-term goals that is also sort of supporting or providing resources to your money, your budget, and or your self-worth. Now, a lot of people will look at this and they'll go, well, Mercury's combust. It's close to the sun. It's being burnt up by the rays. So that's not completely applicable. There is an exception in Hellenistic astrology that I feel over the many years of doing this, many charts that I've looked at, seems to hold up. And that is when a planet is combust, but it is in rulership, it is shielded. It is sort of protected. So maybe this new beginning or new opportunity feels new. Maybe it feels very anticipatory. Maybe it just feels sort of like, whoa, this is like a totally new way of existing within my social network or, achieving long-term goals. But with Mercury in rulership, it's sort of like, maybe it feels a little weird, maybe it feels a little off, but there is some help from Mercury. There is some resources, some protection from this. So just keep that in mind. So overall, a lot of cycles concluding, a lot of anticipatory energy, especially with Saturn finally getting out of your Pisces 8th house, which I think for a lot of Leo risings will, for the first time in many years, like I said, maybe about 7 years or more for some of you, will start to feel a bit better, where maybe you can sort of dissolve, purify, refine, and reconstruct the way you pursue your growth and potential, or what really fulfills you, in a way where it maybe supports your career, your public recognition. In addition to being able to kind of say, okay, well, what new chapters or new beginnings do I need to start in terms of who I want to surround myself with? What groups or communities do I want to affiliate with? And seeing how much work many of you have done internally and externally the past couple years to maybe set new goals with your finances, your self-worth, where you can not only surround yourselves with positive, supportive people, partnership, health and work routines, but most importantly, and wholeheartedly align yourselves to those long-term goals in a way that starts to feel a lot better and more constructive to you. Hello, Virgo risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes in your Leo 12th house of the subconscious, dreams, solitude, the more hidden part of our chart. So for Virgo risings, this is interesting because yes, it is wrapping up that lengthy chapter, that Mars retrograde. So, where Mars is leaving shadow, that's where it went retrograde back in December of 2024. So it's sort of concluding that by degree, but it is going to continue moving through your 12th house. And I always like to warn people, when Mars goes through the 12th house, we can sometimes have, like, I call it monkey mind. You could have a lot more in your mind involving your core motivations, desires. You could have more in your mind due to transformational work, financial goals, as well as sort of maybe wanting to learn, wanting to communicate what's on your mind. But, Mars going through the 12 can sometimes cause insomnia. It can sometimes cause, it's just, you have a lot more in your mind and you're mentally more active. So sometimes it can affect our sleep. So, internally, you could just have a lot on your mind as this chapter is wrapping up. You could have a totally different mental landscape compared to the last couple months after reviewing and revising, your core motivations, your desires, your plan of action. And so for you, it's very internal. Now, what's interesting is the same day, so May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degree in your Aries 8th house of transformation, long-term financial goals, so like your investments, your assets, your debt, your loans, even your partner's resources, if that's applicable. So Venus, for Virgo rising specifically, I think this is really going to amplify more financial themes because Venus rules your second house of earned income. So this is really tying in financial themes or transformational work or resources pertaining to maybe, what's on your mind. You're thinking a lot about money, long-term financial goals, transformational work, maybe your partner's resources, and it could have something to do with the growth and potential you're really seeking in 2025. Some of you might be looking into like traveling or, higher knowledge or publishing, teaching, sort of where are you expanding that growth and potential, or it could be heavily on your mind, either due to resources, financial, or maybe the past couple months, you've had a lot to think about. You've really reviewed and revised your core motivations and desires around your long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with. And that has shifted, where you want to go in the future. So there could be a lot of sort of refining or purifying the area of finances or transformational work in order to, align yourselves to that growth and potential, what is really going to fulfill you, or figuring out what you want in terms of growth and potential or fulfillment going through 2025. So May 12th, there's a full moon in your Scorpio third house of communication, exchanging information. I like to think of the third house of like communication and technology, but it's also the people, places, and things in your immediate environment. So the third house is like your backyard. And with the full moon happening here, this full moon, generally speaking, doesn't have a lot going on. Nothing that really jumped out at me. But if you have anything in your natal chart around 22 degrees, that could change that landscape. That would mean that that particular planet or placement is interacting with this full moon and playing into that story. But generally speaking, May 12th, this full moon is culminating and illuminating, your immediate environment, the things within your immediate environment. Life could get very busy. Maybe there's more appointments, deadlines, mundane tasks. Maybe there's more communication or short distance travel needed. So definitely take care of, like, if this is a busy time, either like short distance travel or appointments or sort of taking care of bills, tasks, phone calls, those types of things. This full moon can sort of help clear that out on a very general, mundane level. But it could also culminate something around your communication. So, especially with Mars going through the 12th house and Mars ruling the area of communication in your chart, this full moon could really illuminate, maybe some of you are communicating more or exchanging what's on your mind, what's been going on behind the scenes. What is your plan of action regarding finances or transformational work, or sort of what's been on your mind? So I think the way things are configured and rulership, this full moon could really illuminate or shed light or help you sort of get the words out, communicate, get the information you need to help with the situation maybe. Now, May 18th, Jupiter will square the north and south node. So this is going to, I think, amplify a lot of career, public recognition, or if career is not a thing, what is fulfilling you? What will bring you fulfillment? Now, Jupiter has been in Gemini for some time. It's nothing new. But Jupiter reaches that 25th degree in this 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. And it squares the North Node in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, and the South Node in your 1st house of self. So this could definitely create action and change to personal or professional partnerships, sort of your needs versus the needs of others, and how that is playing into maybe the expansion or the situation you're trying to figure out regarding career, public recognition, or what is sort of bringing you fulfillment at this time. Now, Jupiter rules your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So there could be like stronger themes of, career visibility, public recognition, your career goals, like where do you want to expand? Where do you want to create more abundance in that area, and how that may be changing or creating change or action with those personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, and the need to balance that with home, family, property, or real estate needs or, necessity. So May 18th is, I think, a time where things could really amplify for a lot of Virgo risings around work, what's bringing you fulfillment. And so it's interesting, like the very beginning of the month looks like maybe some of you are looking at like, what's the growth and potential? Do I want to travel? What do I want to do financially? And then it sort of shifts into, okay, what action do I need to take with my career due to that? Or what growth and potential is going to support my career? Or what's really going to fulfill me? And what change or balance is necessary to support myself, my partnerships, and home and family needs. May 24th is a very, very interesting day. Some of you will likely feel this the days leading up to the 24th, but I will say I am looking at this in Eastern Standard Time, EST. So when I say earlier in the day or later in the day, please adjust to your time zone based off that. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes in your Pisces 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. This is the anaretic degree. It is that 29th degree, but also the last minute. This is a Saturn at the anaretic degree is a sense of urgency. There is a strong sense of urgency in the area of personal and professional partnerships that has some element with maybe your children, if applicable, or a romantic situation, or, work, health situation maybe playing out. So there's kind of a lot on the table here, but where it's sort of creating that sense of urgency is with those long-term partnerships in your life, whether they're personal or professional. And there is a huge sense of urgency there. Now, at the same time, Mercury will be exactly conjunct Uranus in your Taurus 9th house of growth and potential. Now, Mercury is your ruling planet, but it also rules your career or what brings you fulfillment. So, sense of urgency in the area of partnership with a huge amount of action and potential in the area of growth. What do you want to suddenly do? What do you want to create in terms of growth and potential in 2025 that for some of you could be very supportive to your career or public recognition, where it's maybe putting pressure on the area of partnership, or the partnership is putting pressure on the growth and potential or career situation for some of you. So earlier in the day, there is just a lot of energy. There is a lot of even conclusive energy because Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct in that Taurus 9th house of growth and potential for the last time. The next time Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct in Taurus, I believe will be roughly, 80, 90 years from now. So you don't need to worry about that. So this is this sort of some element of conclusion, but also a lot of action and potential and sense of urgency between what do you want to do, travel, higher knowledge, growth, potential. That could be having a lot of you look at the area of partnership as well. Now, later in the day, Saturn finally pushes into your Aries 8th house of transformation, those long-term financial management or goals. So investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, if applicable. And so Saturn pushes into Aries, and this is an entirely different energy. So Saturn moves into Aries and says, okay, well, whatever the partnership situation, whatever happened over the past couple years, or whatever partnership you sort of restructured in terms of this is the type of partnership I want. So whether you're single, whether you're taken, think of the past couple years and how much has changed, whether you're single or taken in the area of personal and professional partnership. Now Saturn moves into your Aries 8th house and is providing you this opportunity or this taste to say, okay, what does mutual empowerment look like for you? What does investing look like for you? What does transformational work look like for you? And how are the changes here either through transformational work or long-term financial goals or resources, or what does commitment and mutual empowerment look like in personal and professional partnerships that requires this restructuring, right? Because Saturn is going to immediately meet Saturn. It's going to immediately apply to, Saturn will immediately apply to Neptune. So Neptune adds a very different element to Saturn in Aries, because Neptune is basically going to say, well, what do you want to purify? What do you want to refine? What do you want to dissolve in terms of your boundaries, the structures, outdated patterns that no longer serve your transformational work? What do you want to transform in your life that no longer serve the mutual empowerment you truly want, the long-term financial goals, but also in a way where whatever transformational work you're maybe changing or committing to, purifying, refining, whatever it may be, how is that also consequently supporting your health, your work, your ability to have more joy and creation in your life? Because that's what Saturn rules in your chart, your 5th and 6th house. So earlier in the day, huge sense of urgency, lots of potential energy, even some element of conclusion, right? Like with career, the growth and potential. Maybe there's a partnership situation that is also playing into this. And then later in the day, it's sort of like, okay, well, now what do we do? How do we perfect? How do we refine? What needs to dissolve in order to invest in my future, invest in myself, invest in mutual empowerment with personal and professional partnerships that have structural, positive consequences to my health, my work, joy, and creation in my life. Now, I want to end the month on May 26th with a new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees. So this new moon comes along after all of this happens and says, what new beginning or new opportunity do you want to step into with your career, your public recognition? What's going to bring you fulfillment? Now, what's important about this specifically for Virgo risings, your ruling planet, Mercury. Mercury rules your 1st house of the physical body, the self. It also rules your 10th house of career. And so when this new moon comes along and says, okay, well, what new goals, new opportunity, new chapter do you want to start, and what brings you fulfillment? Maybe it's your career, your business, or public recognition. Mercury is going to be hanging out with this new moon here. So Mercury is not only in rulership, where it has resources, it has essential dignity. So for me, it's sort of like Mercury, your ruling planet, is providing support or resources to this new beginning, this new chapter, this new opportunity regarding what's going to bring you fulfillment, your career, your public recognition. So there is some resource and support here, not only to you personally, but also to the career, the public recognition, or what's bringing you fulfillment after all of this sort of shifts and begins in May. Now, a lot of you could look at the chart and say, well, Mercury is technically combust. So, yes, it is. But there is a little exception, especially in Hellenistic astrology, where when a planet is in rulership and it's combust, it is sort of shielded. It's protected. Now, I've tested this theory over many years. Is it 100%? No. You have to look at your natal chart. There's other factors that play into this. But generally speaking, it has held up. It has held up in my personal chart. So I think although this new beginning or this new opportunity might, with Mercury being technically combust, it could feel sort of weird or anticipatory or really new. But because it's in rulership, it's providing some support or resources or sort of, protection from what is shifting or changing that might feel really uncomfortable. So see what happens, take what resonates, leave the rest. But I think this month is starting out with a lot going on mentally. There could be a lot on the mind, a lot of life vision, what transformation have you done? Do you want to do long-term financial goals and resources that then it shifts into some changes or things sort of coming up with work, career, what brings you fulfillment that could create changes or situations that need to play out within personal and professional partnerships that then builds to this sense of urgency and a lot of potential around the growth and potential you want in 2025, where there could be a lot of pressure or an urgency around or on your long-term partnerships that then pushes into an entirely new shift and energy around reconstructing, changing, releasing what no longer is serving you regarding those long-term financial goals, resources, or transformational work that you want to do that's really going to support your work, your health, integrating more joy and creation in your lives. Hello, Libra risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves that shadow. So it leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes of Leo in your 11th house of social network, long-term goals. But it also retrograded back into that 10th house of career and public recognition. So with Mars ruling the area of partnership as well as finances for Libra risings, there could have been, it could have been a lengthy story playing out around personal and professional partnerships, finances, core desires, motivations, plan of action, and how that plays into, your long-term goals regarding that. Maybe there was a dash of sort of career situation playing out for some of you as well, but ultimately there could have been sort of like financial situations, partnership situations that officially are concluding, if not already concluded. So, hallelujah, that chapter is done. Also on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degree of your Aries 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So Venus is your ruling planet. So this is pretty important for Libra risings. And Libra also rules the 8th house of long-term financial goals. So like investments, assets, debt, loans, your partner's resources as well, if that's applicable, as well as transformation. So if you're partnered up, if you're married, or you're in a long-term professional partnership, this definitely has, financial, like long-term financial themes or transformation involved within that partnership. But regardless, like Venus Neptune is a really interesting conjunction. It's like, in my opinion, it's really great for like artistry, media. But this could be sort of, with Venus being your ruling planet, this could be sort of the dissolving, the dissolution, the refining, the purifying of some situation within a personal or professional partnership, including your marriage. It could be financial, or it could just be general sort of transformation, but there could just be an element of sort of like hopefully creating a better outcome or the best outcome with, what serves you, like what is going to serve you, but also serve the partnership, but what sort of needs to be refined or purified that can create more love and value within those personal and professional partnerships. Again, it could be, an investment, a financial theme, or transformational work that could show up in this area, whether you're single or taken. Now, May 12th, this is a full moon in your Scorpio second house of earned income. Now, if you have anything at 22 degrees, this will definitely change or influence the story playing out here. But this is an illumination. This is something culminating around, your finances, financial budget, self-worth. Now, with Mars recently officially leaving shadow and Mars rules your Scorpio second house of earned income, this full moon comes along, could be another signal of something conclusive, right? This is sort of, full moons are culminating, it's closing something out. So it could be closing out, maybe some of you have been really dealing with a financial situation or trying to figure out the financial situation to step into something new in 2025. Whatever it may be, this is definitely illuminating or culminating your finances, your budget, your self-worth. So it's definitely, I think, playing into the Mars leaving shadow and moving forward in the area of long-term goals as well. So moving on to May 18th, Jupiter in your Gemini ninth house of growth and potential. So, think of higher knowledge, spirituality, travel, teaching, publishing, really anything that you're pursuing or want to pursue for growth and potential in 2025. Some of you, this might have to do with career or what brings you fulfillment. Regardless, Jupiter will square the north and south node in your sixth house of daily work, health, and routines, as well as your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, solitude, dreams, etc. So let's break this down because that was a lot. Jupiter will be squaring the nodes at the north bending. So right off the bat, this has an element of increase instead of decrease or release. Jupiter rules your sixth house of daily work, health, and routines, which is where that north node is. So this could be increasing themes around growth and potential that you're looking to expand. Could be travel, could have to do with work, could be personal, professional, whatever it may be. That is also creating change to your work, your health, and or your routines. So whatever it may be, I think it's important to balance your health, rest and recharge with work and health. So balancing the mind and the body, as maybe some of you are really seeing a lot of increase or the desire for more growth and potential and fulfillment in 2025. Jupiter also rules your third house of communication. So this could also increase themes of sort of communication, exchanging information, the desire to communicate for more growth and potential that has something to do with either a health situation or a work situation or both. Now, May 24th is a very, very interesting day. Many of us will likely feel the days leading up to May 24th. Now, I'm looking at these transits in Eastern Standard Time. So please adjust to your time zone when I say, earlier in the day or later in the day. It's earlier in the day, Eastern Standard Time, FYI. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes. The last degree and the last minute in your Pisces sixth house of daily work, health, and routines. So Saturn rules your 4th house of home, family, property, real estate, as well as your 5th house of what brings you joy and creation, including children, if that's applicable to you. So there could be something, a sense of urgency, something really building around your health or your work that is also involving family members, people you live with, and sort of maybe wanting to step into more joy and creation. So for example, maybe say it's a health situation. Maybe there's a sense of urgency to, involve people you live with or communicate with your family, or maybe your family is supporting you, where there is this sense of urgency coming up that pushes you towards what is going to bring you joy, right? When we're dealing with a health situation, as an example, a hypothetical example, we're really, and we have a sense of urgency around it. It's really to get back to living life, to get back to, what brings us joy. Oftentimes when we're sick or dealing with a health condition, we're so focused on that health condition, finding joy and creativity and all of those things can be more challenging. So if it's not health, this could be sort of a work situation, having a sense of urgency where, there could be stuff going on at home. There could be stuff going on with family or your children, if that's applicable. And there's just a lot going on with work or a lot going on with a health situation. And at the same time, Saturn is at this anaretic degree where there is a massive sense of urgency. Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct in your Taurus 8th house of transformation, long-term financial management, investments, debt, loans, etc. Also partners' resources, if that's applicable. So there is a sense of urgency around a work, a health, routine situation that could be tying in home, family, property, real estate themes. Huge sense of urgency with a lot of potential energy around a financial situation or a transformational situation or a partner's resource situation that really intensifies even the days leading up to May 24th. Then later in the day, on May 24th, Saturn pushes past that last degree, last minute, and pushes into your Saturn 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So this is a very different energy. Saturn is going from a water sign to a fire sign. It's also going from your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines to your 7th house of partnership. So very different vibe going on here. So once Saturn pushes into your Aries 7th house, you might start to feel entirely different later in the day. But more specifically, when Saturn enters your 7th house, things might start to shift into the focus of partnership in addition to what brings you joy. Establishing, maybe there's elements of, home, family, property, real estate becoming more of a prominent theme within your long-term partnerships or the desire for one. When Saturn enters this area, Saturn will be greeted by Neptune. So Neptune sort of changes things a little bit because Neptune is going to say, well, okay, maybe you want to commit, maybe you want to build, maybe you want to restructure something within the partnership to step into more joy, create a better structure or home base. But Neptune is there to say, well, what do you want to dissolve in terms of outdated patterns, outdated structures that are no longer going to support the future that you want to step into regarding personal and professional partnerships. Neptune could also say, hey, what do you want to refine or purify in the area of partnership, home, family, property, real estate? What brings you joy, even children, if that's applicable to you? What do you want to purify and refine regarding those things in order to step into this restructuring or rebuilding to the future that you want with personal and professional partnerships, whether you're single or taken? Very interesting day, huge shift. Like the first half is very, very different from the second half, but the first half we will likely feel leading up to the 24th. You'll feel sort of that Saturn pushing into that 29th degree and that sense of urgency. Now, I really want to end the month May 26th with this new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees in your 9th house of growth and potential. So teaching, writing, traveling, spirituality, higher knowledge, really anything where you want to expand, grow, and create potential in your life. So this new moon is a new beginning, a new opportunity regarding those themes. But more specifically, Mercury will be hanging out with this new moon. And Mercury will also be in rulership. Mercury's home in Gemini, which means there's a lot of essential dignity. There's a lot of resources. So to me, this new moon is well-resourced. It has support. And Mercury also rules that 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, the life vision, sort of what's hidden beneath the surface, what's going on mentally. And so this month has so much concluding, building up to this sense of urgency with Saturn pushing into this entirely new area, very different house, very different energy into that area of personal and professional partnership for you. And then it's sort of this month concludes with this new beginning or new opportunity where, what seeds do you want to plant regarding this growth and opportunity that you want to unfold over the next 5 or 6 months? That maybe playing into that life vision or the dream or the subconscious thought patterns that you've sort of kept behind closed doors mentally and kept internalized, that maybe you want to start planting those seeds to create that tangible outcome to that life vision. So it looks like a lot could be building. It's sort of like you start the month off with strong financial themes coming up, long-term goals. Maybe there's something playing out in personal and professional partnerships, whether you're single or taken, that's sort of building up to a sense of urgency around your work or a health situation and how that aligns to the home, family, property, real estate situation that maybe supports it. And then it shifts into an entirely new area of, okay, now all of this happened. Before we restructure, before we rebuild to that future that we want, what needs to be dissolved? That's outdated. That's old. That's the past. It's the previous. It doesn't, you don't need to carry it with you. As well as anything that needs to be maybe refined or purified a little bit, tweaked a little bit to step into and start building that future in the area of partnership, but really having huge changes and consequences to positively shifting and also reconstructing, your home, family, property, real estate, as well as threading as you rebuild and restructure more joy and creation into this next phase of life. Hello, Scorpio risings. Now, Mars, your ruling planet, officially leaves shadow on May 2nd. at 6 degrees, 10 minutes in your Leo 10th house of career, public recognition, or if career isn't a thing, really what is bringing you fulfillment, or both. And so this is really for Scorpio risings. Again, don't have your natal chart. What else is interacting with this? But this is basically, generally speaking, closing out a long, even arduous chapter around what you want to do in the world, what brings you fulfillment, and those core motivations, desires, or even, a plan of action around what brings you fulfillment. Situations playing out with career or public recognition. Now, it is also tying in that 6th house of health, work, and routine. So it is amplifying additional work, routine situations, but it could also, for some of you, be sort of wrapping up a chapter and concluding something involving your health, your well-being, and your vitality. Additionally, on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degree in that Aries 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So Venus rules your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. It also rules your 12th house of the subconscious, your dreams, hidden, sort of like your life vision, those things that you don't really advertise to the world mentally. It's also the place of solitude. So with it sort of, with Venus conjunct Neptune in your 6th house is very interesting, because it's sort of like this Mars cycle by degree, right? So Mars is passing the degree it originally went retrograde at. So it's concluding that cycle, tying in work and health, where Venus is now coming into the picture and saying, what boundaries do you want to change, or where do you want to purify, refine, or dissolve involving your work, your health, or daily routines. So this could involve sort of, maybe some of you have gone on a long journey around gaining different perspectives, understanding deeper desires and motivations around career, or what is really bringing you fulfillment in life. And now Venus comes along and says, okay, what do we really love and value about this? And where can we sort of maybe be more creative, or be a little bit more like, where can we purify and refine that work or that health situation to create an optimal outcome? May 12th, there will be a full moon in your Scorpio 1st house of the self, the physical body, appearance. So some of you, excuse me, and some of you might quite literally find yourselves in the spotlight. Some of you might be a little bit more visible out in the world, or maybe at work. But this full moon is at 22 degrees. So if you have anything at 22 degrees in your chart, it will be in this conversation. So please take that into consideration if you know your chart. If you don't, that's fine. This is just this is culminating something around you. Now, the 1st house is also, in my opinion, where we take independent action, where we feel we can take independent action. And with Mars leaving shadow and it ruling your 1st house of the physical body and your ability to take independent action, I think this might be a time where some of you start taking action on what brings you fulfillment, something playing out with work or a health situation that is sort of culminating or coming to a close around this time, where you can sort of say, okay, I'm ready, moving on. Or it's being illuminated in a way where you're like, I can see it. I can see sort of the next step or the path forward. May 18th, Jupiter will square the nodes. So the way I look at squares to the nodes is either at a north bending or a south bending. Now, the good news is Jupiter will be at a north bending, which basically indicates an increase in that area or what Jupiter rules, in my opinion, versus a south bending square to the nodes would indicate maybe a release or a letting go or a decrease. So, excuse me, I am getting over like a month of bronchitis, so bear with me here. Jupiter is in your Gemini 8th house. So this is nothing new. Jupiter's been in here for about a year. And Jupiter rules that 5th house of joy and creation, as well as your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this could be increasing financial themes. This could be increasing investing in what brings you joy, investing in your gifts and your talents. And this could be some sort of financial or, investing in more of what brings you joy and creation in your life. That could be tying into the previous stuff I just talked about regarding your ability to take independent action, maybe sort of taking action involving like more of what brings you fulfillment. And this could be personal or professional. So Jupiter is squaring the nodes at the north bending. Now it is in the 8th house. So sometimes when Jupiter's in the 8th house, we can see a little bit more expansion to long-term financial goals or budgets, but this could also involve a partner's resources. So if you are partnered up, this could indicate sort of your partner's resources increasing or coming to a head, or sort of the reorientation of, personal income versus shared income, how you want to sort of take any action or change regarding how you want to create mutual empowerment in personal and professional partnerships financially. So that's another possibility. But I think this could also play into some sort of long-term goal or resources where you can invest in the personal or professional fulfillment situation, especially with the Mars leaving shadow, Venus in that 6th house of health, work, joining Neptune, and, Saturn, which will move into this area shortly, which I will get to. So there's a lot of, I look at statistically, what are the themes that will be more amplified? And I think those will be the themes. But I think in the background, there could be a lot of financial consideration, sort of where do you want to invest in yourself versus invest in, personal and professional partnerships, financially, physically, emotionally, etc. Now, May 24th is a very interesting day. So before I get into the 24th, I will say I am looking at the charts in Eastern Standard Time. So when I'm talking about this particular day and I say, earlier in the day, I need you to adjust that to your proper time zone based off of Eastern Standard Time, EST. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. This is not only the anaretic degree, it's actually at the last minute. So it's like the analogy I give for the anaretic degree is like it's like the baby in the birth canal. It's like, it's like wanting to like move into that new territory, and it's really, really intense. And Saturn's at the most intense degree, intense minute. It's ready to move into your Aries 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. And so earlier in the day, Saturn is going to be at this degree where there is a massive sense of urgency. Now, Saturn rules your Capricorn 3rd house and your Aquarius 4th house. So this could sort of bring a sense of urgency around a home, family, property, or real estate situation. Now, at the same time that Saturn is increasing the sense of urgency around those potential themes, Mercury will be exactly conjunct Uranus at Taurus, in Taurus at 27 degrees. So we have Saturn, sense of urgency, intensity, wanting to move into new territory, while Mercury and Uranus are blending their energies, which is very, when Mercury and Uranus are like the nervous system, there's a lot of potential energy in that conjunction. This will also be the last Mercury-Uranus conjunction in Taurus. So these two will not be conjunct in Taurus again for, I don't know, off the top of my head, maybe 80, 90 years. So you don't have to worry about it. So this is adding another element of, there's a sense of urgency. Saturn is ready to move into new territory for the first time in 2.5 years, roughly. And Mercury and Uranus are sort of coming together for the last time in Taurus at 27 degrees for another, I don't know, 80, 90 years. So there is this sort of like sense of urgency with this conclusive energy on top of these personal planets wrapping up their retrograde cycles, which is sort of concluding other things. So again, lots of, if you're prone to anxiety or nervousness, this could sort of bring that up. But again, I think it will be felt maybe the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, the days leading up to it. Oftentimes when planets are exactly conjunct, it's sort of like, okay, the conversation's over, we're walking away. It's usually the applying. So I would pay attention to like the 20th through the 23rd, where you might feel it most intensely. But there's some sense of urgency around, again, home, family, property, real estate. Maybe there's a desire to communicate something where something is innovating or shifting or happening in the area of personal and professional partnerships at the same time. So there could be two stories kind of playing out that add to this intensity, right? If we're pulled in two different directions where things are really happening and increasing, it can sort of play into that urgency or that nervous energy. Now, later in the day, Saturn finally pushes into your Aries 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So later in the day, this will be a very different energy. Saturn is going from a very intense sense of urgency degree in a water sign into a fire sign. And Saturn in Pisces is a very different Saturn in Aries. Saturn in Aries is, in my opinion, working more in the physical realm. And so this is a very physical, for lack of a better term or word, pretty feisty Saturn. So Saturn enters this area in your 6th house where, again, Saturn rules your 3rd and your 4th house. Maybe there's something being communicated. Maybe there's something going on with home, family, property, or real estate where you are starting to either commit or restructure the way you operate, your routines within the home, your routines with people you live with. Commit or sort of restructure relationships with family, your relationship to your work and your work routines. And some of you may be sort of also looking at a health situation or how you can sort of restructure or commit to certain routines to increase your vitality in order to focus on those things that bring you fulfillment in your lives. So what's interesting about Saturn pushing into a new territory and really, in my opinion, shifting the energy quite drastically is Saturn is going to be immediately greeted by Neptune. So this isn't just a Saturn in Aries. You have to sort of consider, as soon as Saturn enters this house, Saturn's immediately greeted by Neptune. And Neptune dissolves, purifies, refines, for better or worse. And so there is some sort of element to maybe dissolving outdated structures or boundaries in the way that you operate at work or the way you pursue your work and what brings you fulfillment. There could be sort of dissolving old patterns or boundaries that no longer serve your vitality, your routines, the work that you want to do. And that might require you to sort of restructure your home, family, property, real estate themes in order to sort of restructure or start to rebuild this new foundation that's going to support your health, the work that you want to do, and your routines. Now, the good news with Saturn moving into Aries, although this is a quite, this is pretty feisty Saturn in my opinion, where Saturn has been for, I don't know, maybe off the top of my head, roughly 7 years. The past, roughly 7 years, Saturn has been making challenging aspects to your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So it's been sort of a grind for many of you. Now when Saturn moves into Aries, it's going to start to make positive aspects to your second house of earned income and your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So although Saturn, we all know, Saturn comes with challenges and discipline and commitment, I think whatever transpires, it could provide the ability to dissolve those obstacles and positively influence the career or the fulfillment you really want in life, as well as positively influence and shape sort of your ability to or change the way you want to earn money and anchor yourselves into your self-worth. So where it was making challenging aspects to those areas for some time, it's now going to start shifting and making some positive aspects to those areas. So again, look at your natal chart, look at any personal placements in Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo, where it might start to help reconstruct, again, and that takes work. We're talking about Saturn. So reconstruct and maybe reconstruct your vitality or the way your approach to your health or your work or your routines, where you can start to maybe earn money in other ways or increase your earned income, or find more through that commitment and restructuring, find other ways to feel more fulfilled in life. Now, I want to end the month on May 26th with this new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees. So this new moon is going to come along in your Gemini 8th house of transformation, long-term financial management, so investments, assets, debt, loans, your partner's resources, if applicable. So this new moon comes along after all of these shifts and sort of, there's a lot of, again, conclusive energy going on in the background with new stuff moving in. And then May 26th, after all of this unfolds, this new moon in Gemini creates this new beginning or this new opportunity to maybe change long-term financial goals. Maybe it's with a partner. Maybe it's involving a partner's resources. Where do you want to invest in your financial future? Which could also involve any transformational work. So what's interesting about this new moon is that Mercury will be hanging out with this new moon. And Mercury is in rulership. Mercury is home in Gemini. So we have this new beginning, new opportunity, maybe planting new seeds, again, regarding any transformational work, long-term financial goals that could involve a partner's resources as well. And Mercury being in rulership here has good essential dignity. Mercury is fairly well resourced. So to me, this signals that this new beginning or new opportunity has an element of support to it. There's a supportive energy with it. And Mercury also rules your Virgo 11th house of, your social network, your dreams, your aspirations, your long-term goals. So whatever the transformational work is, whatever the financial plan is, or, situations playing out with resources, it could also indicate, the nudge or the support to say, hey, who do you want to surround yourselves with? And what long-term goals do you want to align yourselves with? Or, what are your long-term goals? Who do you need to surround yourselves with to assist you and support you in this new chapter, whether it's financial or transformational or involving a partner's resources? Like, where can you invest in the right people? Where can you invest in yourselves? Where can you invest in your long-term goals, either through transformational work or financially? Now, a lot of you will look at the chart and say, well, Mercury's combust. It's being burnt up by the sun's rays. Yes, that's true. However, there is an exception in Hellenistic astrology where if a planet is combust, but it is in rulership, like this situation we're in here, then it is sort of shielded. It is protected from the sun's rays. Now, some of you may agree, some of you may not agree, and I'm okay with that. But over the years, I've sort of played with it, and it seems to hold up for the most part. Now, your natal chart might have exceptions to that. You might have other things going on that, challenge that or don't support that. But overall, Mercury is in rulership. It does have some essential dignity. It has some resources to help in this situation regardless. But it could feel, with it being combust, but also shielded, it could feel new. It could feel sort of anticipatory. There could be an element of, I kind of gotta get my bearings here or sit with this for a bit. So if you feel kind of like this is good, or I feel supported in a way, it might take some time to get used to, planting these new seeds or this new chapter or new opportunity. But overall, May seems like a month where, we can sort of say goodbye to 2024 officially and sort of move on from these many months of, these retrograde cycles that really put things on hold, really challenged us in many ways. And we have a new perspective. We have new understandings around, our core motivations, our core desires, what we love and value, and sort of how we want to communicate and move those things forward. And hopefully in a more aligned way, where things start to shift with Saturn moving into your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines, where you will get a little taste, a little opportunity to say, what do you want to dissolve? What do you want to refine in terms of your vitality, your overall work and health, to ultimately create a more fulfilling life? Hello, Sagittarius risings. Now, May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes. So basically, Mars is moving on from that degree it originally went retrograde at back in early December of 2024. So we've been, when you look at the retrograde cycle of Mars and you include the shadow periods, we've really been in this Mars cycle since the beginning of October of 2024. And for you, this really, this could have involved financial themes, a partner's resources, if applicable, the growth and potential you want in 2025, as well as additional sort of background themes involving your children, even home and family for some of you, and, where you want to create or integrate more joy. If I'm being honest, a lot of Sagittarius risings, I think, have been tested either financially or mentally since, the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, where there could have been things playing out with your children, or things playing out with the growth and potential you want, or a partner's resources that may have been really weighing on you mentally, or really testing your faith or your life vision. So again, I don't have your natal chart, so that may or may not resonate. But the good news is I think Mars leaving shadow is really concluding that chapter around, for some of you, depending on where the angles are in your chart, a home and family situation. Again, children could be part of that. But also, hopefully for many of you, getting really clear and feeling less held back or even burdened by what's going on mentally, or feeling like you can take action on the vision, the growth and potential, the creative pursuits, integrating more joy into your lives, or again, situations with home and family or children if your IC is in Aries, your 5th house. Now, additionally, on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degrees of Aries. So if you have anything in the very early degrees of Aries, you definitely want to pay attention to this, because Venus rules your Taurus 6th house of daily work, health, and routines, as well as your 11th house of social network, long-term goals, and for some of you, this could involve career or sort of personal fulfillment. So let's break this down a little bit, because there's a lot of potential, especially in whole sign house system with the angles. And I think this could involve changing perspectives or gaining additional perspectives with Neptune's ability to sort of say, hey, let's look over the fence a little bit more, or see a little bit more boundlessness around what you love and value with your work, what brings you fulfillment, your social network, your long-term goals, and how that might be playing into your creative pursuits. Or if your IC is in the early degrees of your 5th house, it could also involve maybe working from home, finding new perspectives or ways to integrate your work at home, or sort of, Venus Neptune is really great for creatives. So generally speaking, when Venus and Neptune are conjunct, it's really great for artistry, media. So if your IC is in the beginning degrees of your Aries 5th house, this could involve sort of like redecorating or renovating even. This could be a great time to sort of get really creative ideas around either your creative projects professionally or personally at home or for the home. So there's a lot of potential here in terms of feeling more beauty and art and creation, either with just incorporating more joy, or time with your children or home family, or this could translate into even igniting something with your career, your public recognition, or what really brings you fulfillment. Overall, though, this could sort of integrate your ability to expand, create more love and value with your social network as well. So look out for that. Now, May 12th, there will be a full moon in your Scorpio 12th house at 22 degrees. So if you have anything at 22 degrees, you definitely want to look at that placement or luminary or planet, and sort of look at the aspect, look at where it is in your chart, and sort of consider how that is in the conversation with this full moon. Now, full moons are culminating something. It's closing something out. But the thing with full moons in the 12th house, what I've noticed over the years, is definitely pay attention to your thoughts, your dreams. Something could really be illuminated that's been hidden in the shadows for you mentally. Now, what's interesting about the full moon in Scorpio is that it is happening shortly after Mars, its ruler, leaves shadow for the first time since October 2024. So I think it's kind of significant and overlooked because this Mars is going to be moving through out of shadow, moving through your Leo ninth house of growth and potential. So teaching, publishing, traveling, higher knowledge, spirituality, anything you're seeking for that growth and potential in your lives. And then this full moon comes along and it's ruled by that Mars. So it's sort of like some of you could get that aha moment, or some of you could be seeing for the first time, like, oh, I have this idea, or I have this vision, or some of you might have a dream or some sort of subconscious thought pattern sort of be illuminated around this time where you go, oh, I get it. I see it. So this could sort of conclude that for some of you, that challenging period since really the end of 2024 through the beginning of 2025. Or this could sort of reignite sort of your, like the mental aspect, the ideas, the visions, especially with, there seems to be a lot of work, but even a creative influence or a sort of ability to say, you know what, I want to feel good in my life. I want to experience more joy and more romance, and sort of feel more alive again. And so this full moon, for some of you, being ruled by that Mars leaving shadow, I think could really sort of illuminate something to go, oh, I get it. I see it, get that sort of internal mental something where you can go, okay, now I've got it, and sort of move into the more tangible, or creating the more tangible aspect of that. So very interesting. And then about a week later on May 18th, Jupiter in your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage, will square the nodes. Now, this is interesting because for Sagittarius risings, this is heavily involving angular houses. So we have the North Node increasing themes or focus or desire in the area of home, family, property, and real estate. We have the South Node going through your Virgo 10th house. So there could be sort of a decrease or a change in the way you look at your career. Or some of you would have noticed with the South Node going through the 10th house, it's sort of like if you've been doing what you've been doing for a long time and you're stable, a lot of times what I see with the South Node going through the 10th house is sort of like career plateaus. Like it goes on the back burner, and then when an eclipse comes along and hits this area, there could be shakeups and changes. But generally speaking, sort of the focus is pulling you more towards the home, family, property, or real estate. Or some of you might be looking to work from home or start a business from home, or sort of try to figure out, how can I focus on the home, family, property, or real estate situation and also balance the career, the business, or what brings me fulfillment in my life. Now, Jupiter in Gemini, this is nothing new. Jupiter's been in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships for about a year now. Yes, Jupiter is the planet of expansion and abundance and all the good things, but Jupiter's in detriment in Gemini. And Jupiter is your ruling planet. It rules you, your physical body, your appearance. So it's sort of like your ruling planet is in detriment, which is really just a big scary word for overexerting itself. So there could be some overexertion or sort of wonky territory for about a year now regarding you, your needs versus the needs of others, having to balance that. Maybe it's new territory that you've been experiencing within your partnerships that feels different, that feels like you have to, swing the pendulum from one end to the other. The good news with Jupiter reaching 25 degrees May 18th is that what I often find in terms of essential dignity, right? How well resourced is a planet? Yes, Jupiter is in detriment, but when Jupiter reaches those last degrees of Gemini, it tends to find the middle ground. It tends to say, okay, I've explored this over here and explored that over there, whether you're single, taken, married, or professional partnerships. And this is hopefully where you can find that, okay, I'm close to, or I've figured out the truth in the situation. Now, what's interesting is that Jupiter is your ruling planet, but it also rules your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So there could be something sort of intensifying or expanding regarding personal and professional partnerships that has you taking action or making changes to your living situation, home, a family relationships, property, real estate, as well as what is really bringing you fulfillment, career, business, those kinds of themes. So the good news with Jupiter in Gemini is that it will be at a north bending. So anytime a planet squares the nodes, it's either at a north bending, which is 270 degrees clockwise from that north node, or at the south bending. So when a planet's at the north bending, it's increasing. It's causing an increase of people, places, things regarding those themes. So some of you could see an increase in professional partnerships, increase in personal partnerships, or increase in sort of these stories or these situations playing out within your marriage or your long-term partnerships that's sort of coming to a head and asking you, how do you balance your needs versus the needs of others, and not swinging the pendulum so far over here, so far over there, and finding that sweet spot where there can be sort of peace or truth within those partnerships that also helps you or supports the ability to expand and create abundance, not only in the partnership, but also supports the ability to make necessary changes to career, business, public recognition, and most importantly, with Jupiter's rulership to your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, really be able to build that sacred space that's going to most importantly support you, support your needs, support whatever brings you fulfillment, that business, that career, those goals. So I think this might be a time where things start to intensify within those personal and professional partnerships that says, okay, this is the middle ground. This is what I need. This is what you guys need. And this is what action needs to be taken in order to sort of adapt and create flexibility so we can all win, basically. Now, May 24th, the week of May 24th, I personally am going to mark down on my calendar. This May 24th is a very interesting day. And again, I think a lot of people are going to look at just the main transit that happens this day. But if you look at the totality, the total day, you see some really interesting things. Now, yes, these aspects are exact on May 24th that I'm going to get into. However, the applying, so when that faster moving planet is applying to that slower moving planet, that is often when we feel it most intensely, okay? So the days leading up to the 24th, in my opinion, are extremely important to pay attention to. Again, I am looking at Eastern Standard Time. So when I say earlier in the day or later in the day, please adjust to your time zone accordingly, because earlier in the day is very different from later in the day. But you're going to feel it in the days leading up to the 24th. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes in your Pisces 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So when a planet's at 29 degrees, it's at the anaretic degree. And this is a degree where there is a major sense of urgency. It's sort of like an itch you can't scratch. We are, if you have any planet at 29 degrees in your chart, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, like they have planets at 29 degrees, and it's sort of like they just keep going. It's like their sense of urgency. It's like never enough. You need to create, wherever it is in that chart. So earlier in the day, Saturn is going to be at the anaretic degree, but it's also going to be at 59 minutes. So it's not only going to be at 29 degrees, it's going to be at the last minute in your fourth house. This is like the analogy that I give is sort of like, this is the baby in the birth canal. There's no going back. It is just an incredibly intense moment. It's happening. And you feel it. It's super intense. It's all you can think about. And so Saturn is earlier in the day is like wanting to push so badly and move into your Aries fifth house of joy and creation. But it's sitting at that last degree, and it's all you can think about. It's a sense of urgency. Now, what does Saturn rule in your chart? Saturn rules your second house of earned income and self-worth. It also rules your third house of communication and those people, places, and things within your immediate environment, including siblings or extended family. So this could be really intensifying a situation with home, family, property, real estate, in addition to financial themes, and having to communicate, take care of paperwork, mundane tasks, really deal with sort of the immediate environment, all sort of coming to a head. So some of you might see, strong situations play out with family or family members, people you live with. Some of you might really see sort of like a renovation, a relocation, property, real estate themes really come to a head around this time. And again, strengthen really the week leading up to May 24th, where, there's a lot on the table financially. There's a lot, communication, paperwork. Things are really intensifying in the immediate environment. Now, when Saturn is at this most intense degree in minute, building the sense of urgency and intensity regarding this home, family, property, real estate situation, at the same time, Mercury and Uranus will be joined in your Taurus sixth house of daily work, health, and routines at 27 degrees. This will be the last time Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct in your Taurus sixth house of work, health, and routines. The next time these two will be conjunct in your Taurus sixth house will probably be, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 years from now. So this also has not only a sense of urgency going on, it also has some conclusive element to it. So something could be sort of suddenly sort of shifting, innovating, or concluding regarding a work situation, a health situation. So that could involve either the home, the relocation, the renovation, the financial situation. And so I think a lot of Sagittarius risings could feel sort of this sense of urgency and intensity around figuring out the home, family, property, real estate situation, in addition to the financial aspect that comes along with that. But also, it could involve why that's happening could involve, a change in work or a change in health. Or some of you might decide to innovate or change your work, health, and routines, and that changes things at home, right? When we change our work, our health, and our routines, our home environment or people we live with have to also be on board with that and support that. also the financial aspect that's involved with that. So what's interesting and why I think it's involving more of the work, the career, the business, or what brings you personal fulfillment is because Mercury rules the area of professional partnerships as well as personal partnerships, but also your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So there could be some radical sort of conclusive innovations or change to what you do, what brings you fulfillment, that's playing out in personal and professional partnerships. It's also having you make changes to family relationships, a living situation, changing things within the home. That also is coming up financially as well. So very, very interesting with Sagittarius risings this week in particular. Now, later in the day, on the 24th, Saturn finally pushes into your Aries 5th house of joy and creation. This is a very different energy. So, Saturn going from a Pisces water sign to a, Aries fire sign, it's a very different Saturn. It's sort of like Saturn is going from like the emotional, spiritual realm into a very physical realm. So I think we're going to feel this later in the day. And again, Saturn rules that second house of earned income as well as your third house of, communication, exchanging information. And so I think this could continue shifting things with home, family, property, and real estate, but also shift things in the way you enjoy life. Anything with joy and creation. So your creative projects, your creative pursuits, romance. Saturn going through the 5th house can definitely help restructure and commit to romantic situations, or change if you're single and you're dating. This could definitely shift the way you date. I've noticed over the years that Saturn going through the 5th house really shifts the way your perspectives on romance and dating, right? Because Saturn likes commitment. And Saturn in Aries is a very feisty, sort of PO'd Saturn. So some of you, if you're single and you've been dealing with that for some time, Saturn and Aries, you might get clear on your boundaries and what you want. But overall, like if you're, creative, self-expression, romance, situations with your children, Saturn can definitely help restructure and change things better for the long term. But of course, change can be challenging, and, things might shift and change financially, shift and change with things regarding your self-worth, how you communicate, and that could have a direct impact on your artistry, your creative work, how you enjoy life. Situations like how you parent your children, your perspective on that. So, things could continue with the home and family front, but I think Saturn can help sort of restructure how you integrate more joy and creation in your life, and how that can consequently have positive impacts on your physical body, your appearance, how you show up in the world, and sort of what growth and potential you also take out in the world. So we also have to remember that this is not just a Saturn in Aries. As soon as Saturn moves into Aries, it's going to be greeted by Neptune. So this changes things. So before we really work with just Saturn in Aries, Neptune is there to say, what do you want to purify and refine? What do you want to refine regarding your financial situation, how you communicate? Maybe it's technology or social media with your craft. What do you want to refine and purify regarding how you parent or your perspective on children, if that's applicable to you? And what do you like? What do you want to dissolve in terms of outdated patterns or structures regarding how you earn income? So some of you might start to reconstruct or change the way you make money, or change your perspective on finances to sort of create more longevity and sustainability, not only financially, but also the ability to integrate more joy, more pleasure, and creation in your life. So, very interesting day, very interesting week. And, as we get deeper into it, I will provide more podcast episodes and discuss more details on it. But I really want to wrap up May on May 26th with this new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So all of this sort of unfolds throughout the month. And then we have this new moon, which is a new beginning, a new opportunity, or planting new seeds regarding partnership, whether it's marriage, long-term partnership, professional partnership. And what's interesting is that Mercury will be hanging out with this new moon in the area of partnership. Now, Mercury will be in rulership here, so has good essential dignity, fairly well resourced. So to me, this new moon planting new seeds on maybe something within partnership, or the desire for partnership, or it could be professional, because Mercury also rules your 10th house of career, public recognition, what really brings you fulfillment. So some of you could be creating new business opportunities or new situations playing out within personal partnerships that can integrate more fulfillment individually and collectively. But regardless, I think Mercury being in rulership is well resourced, which to me feels like it's supporting. It's sort of providing resources. It's supportive to this new beginning or this new chapter involving a professional partnership or a personal partnership, or something you're deciding to start within your marriage or partnership. Now, a lot of you who know astrology will look at the chart and say, well, Mercury's combust. Yes, it technically is. However, there is an exception to that, at least in Hellenistic astrology with whole sign house system. If a planet is combust and it's in rulership, which it is in this case, it's sort of shielded, it's protected. So this could indicate that maybe something's playing out, but there is some sort of resource or protection that's helping you. Or maybe something feels really new, anticipatory, especially with that Mercury-Uranus conjunction in your 6th house of work, health, and routines. So something might feel new. It might feel a little wonky. Maybe it has to do with the living situation or a financial situation or a work situation. And it's showing up in your personal or professional partnerships. And it feels, that anticipatory, like, oh, this is like a new habit or a new thing I have to learn. And, so with it being combust, it might feel that way. But there is, I like to discuss that exception to the rule, especially with this, because there is some protection and sort of shielded nature from it being combust. So, maybe it takes a little bit of time to kind of get the ground running. But this could be a really interesting month where so much is closing out, where we feel like we can see the other side. We're moving through the other side, especially with so many changes that's happened for all of us, really the end of 2024 into the beginning of 2025. And then this sort of new wave or this new energy starting to push into new territory in our charts and thus life. And then we sort of end the month with this new moon kind of saying, okay, with all the things that have sort of concluded and where you're moving next in life. Where can you, as Sagittarius risings, create new, fresh energy, new, fresh opportunities within personal and professional partnerships that you want to unfold the next 5 to 6 months. Hello, Capricorn risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees 10 minutes. So Mars originally went retrograde here at 6 degrees in your Leo 8th house back in early December of 2024. But if we consider both shadow periods, we've really been in this Mars cycle since the very beginning of October 2024. So May 2nd, Mars leaving shadow is sort of wrapping up the story, concluding the story, or providing you the ability to hopefully take action that's in alignment to those core motivations and desires, particularly in the area of goals, who you want to surround yourselves with, or a living situation or family situation. So it's really tying in the goals, who you know, social network, as well as any home, family, property, or real estate themes, and sort of what's going on financially or what's been going on with any transformational work. So Mars is sort of moving forward, which is great. This was a lengthy chapter, or for some of you, it probably felt like an entire novel. So Mars will continue moving through that 8th house of transformation, long-term financial management, even resources, including partners' resources, if that's applicable. So, you know, the action, the desire could really be amping up or continuing to move forward, hopefully, you know, financially, resource-wise. That also sort of hopefully aligns you to the people you want to surround yourselves with, those long-term goals, and creating an optimal living environment or optimal relationships with people you live with or family members. Additionally, on May 2nd, we have Venus conjunct Neptune at 1 degree of Aries in that 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this is, you know, amping up additional home, family, property, real estate themes. But what's interesting is that Venus rules at 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, as well as at 5th house of joy and creation. So Venus-Neptune conjunctions are interesting because generally speaking, they're really great for artistry, media, you know, creation. And with Venus ruling that Taurus 5th house of yours, that is sort of creativity, joy, creation, it could sort of, this conjunction could briefly help you maybe create a home environment that feels more loving and more valuable to you. If you have children, this could involve a situation with children as well. But it's also tying in the 10th house theme. So maybe some of you have a career or what brings you fulfillment situation playing out that's having you shift something within the home or people you live with or relationships with family. That's also having you sort of question, how can I integrate more joy and creation in my life, but also balance that with career and the best foundation or home environment that's going to support those two areas. On May 12th, there will be a full moon in your Scorpio 11th house of social networks, so friends, groups, communities, as well as long-term goals at 22 degrees. So if you do know your chart and you have anything close to 22 degrees in your chart, you definitely want to consider those placements in this conversation. But generally speaking, full moon on the 11th could really highlight, illuminate, or culminate a goal, a situation playing out in your social network. Some of you might find yourselves socializing more or sort of being more visible within your social network. Or there could be something illuminated within a relationship with friendships. So definitely pay attention to overall what is being illuminated or culminated around a dream, an aspiration, a goal, your social network that could be playing into the story right now. Now, about a week later, we have May 18th, Jupiter will square the nodes. So Jupiter has been in your Gemini 6th house of daily work, health, and routines for about a year now, so it's nothing new. However, Jupiter is getting to that 25th degree, so it's sort of getting to the end bits of Gemini. And I think it's important to remember that Jupiter is the planet of good luck, expansion, abundance, but in Gemini, it's in detriment, which is really a big, scary word for overexertion. So Jupiter rules your 3rd house of communication, your immediate environment, as well as your Sagittarius 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, your dreams, your life vision, the more hidden parts of your mind. So Jupiter's been, you could have, the past year, you might have felt so about your health situation or a work situation that might have had the pendulum swinging, far right, far left in terms of, weighing on you mentally or having to figure out how to sort of communicate or dealing with, finding the right sort of immediate environment that's going to support your health, your work, your routines. So the pendulum, Jupiter and Gemini is sort of like the pendulum could be swinging, back and forth. But the good news is that Jupiter will be at 25 degrees. It's sort of wrapping up its time in Gemini here, where I think when Jupiter reaches those last few degrees, even though it's in detriment, it starts to reach that middle ground. It starts to say, okay, I've gone all the way over here and I've gone all the way over here. Where can I find that middle ground of sort of more peace or truth in the situation? That's for you Capricorn risings, going to support you mentally, but also support that immediate environment or those people, places, and things within your immediate environment so you can feel more grounded to be able to expand. So we're at the last bit here. Jupiter next month will enter its place of exaltation. So, we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, with Jupiter in this area of work, health, and routines, like I just explained, squaring the nodes, it will be at a north bending. So planets can either square the nodes at a north bending or a south bending. And the north bending generally indicates a theme of increase. So there could be increasing themes regarding a work or health situation that is having you potentially increase your knowledge, increase your growth and potential, increase your communication. Now, if you work in communication, so like writing, speaking, any of those things, or with technology, social media, this could sort of bring something to a head or increase those themes regarding your work. If it's a health situation, some of you could be really increasing your knowledge, your spirituality, the growth and potential area of your chart in order to sort of make changes or take action to that. But generally speaking, I would say expect, the visions, the communication, the exchanging information, stuff going on in your immediate environment where you can start to maybe increase those health, vitality, work, and routine themes, and your ability to take action in order to balance those areas. Now, May 24th, really the week of the 24th, but May 24th is a really interesting day. Now, I'm looking at the chart in Eastern Standard Time. So if I say earlier in the day or later in the day, please adjust your time zone accordingly based off of what I'm looking at, which again is Eastern Standard Time, EST. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. So it's going to not only be at the anaretic degree, which is 29 degrees, it will be at the last minute in your Pisces third house of communication, exchanging information. Again, anything to do with writing, speaking, short distance travel, technology, and really those people, places, and things within your immediate day-to-day environment. So when we have Saturn at 29 degrees and the last minute in this area, there is a sense of urgency. Whenever a planet is at that last degree, it sort of increases this, oh my God, kind of the sense of urgency. It's sort of an itch we can't scratch. Now for you, Capricorn risings, this is very, very important because Saturn is your ruling planet. So sort of you always want to pay attention to what Saturn's doing because it could have a direct effect on your physical body, your appearance, how you show up in the world. And Saturn also rules your Aquarius second house of earned income and self-worth. So yes, this is happening in your third house, but it could create the sense of urgency or sort of increased focus on this day or the days leading up to the 24th, where you're very, very focused on, your physical body, your individual needs, your financial situation, your self-worth. All of those things could really come to a head. Now, when Saturn is at this last degree, last minute on May 24th, Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct, so joined, in your Taurus fifth house of creativity, self-expression, joy, creation. This could include children if this is applicable to you. This will be the last time Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct in your Taurus fifth house for, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 years. So this also has, yes, a sense of urgency, but there's also some sense of conclusion going on in the background. Now, Mercury rules that sixth house of daily work, health, and routines, but it also rules your Virgo ninth house of growth and potential. So anything to do with publishing, teaching, traveling, higher knowledge, spirituality, really anything that is, increasing the growth and potential, or for some career themes as well. It could be really sort of innovating, shifting in the area of joy and creation. So this could be a day where something is really intensifying around what you want, what really serves you. Also increasing financial themes, self-worth, that has something to do with maybe a health situation or a work situation where you're also focused on either trying to find some way to innovate or change so that you can also integrate more joy in your lives. So it looks like a lot of things are coming to a head, either with, if you're a writer, a teacher, you travel for work, professor, if you're continuing your education, especially for work or for your health, this could really bring things to a head where you can sort of really come to hopefully a conclusion that serves you, serves your financial situation, but also provides you a way to feel more joy and more pleasure in your life and creativity, if that is a thing, especially with work. So May 24th, again, I think the days even leading up to the 24th, you could feel the intensity of this. Now, later in the day, things shift. So later in the day, Saturn gets off that anaretic degree and finally pushes into your Aries fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So again, Saturn rules you. It also rules your second house of earned income and self-worth. So some of you, all of this buildup this week could really be leading you to reconstructing or sort of finding the foundation you need with home, people you live with, family, property, or real estate in order to set yourselves up for success financially, but also physically. Now, this is not just a Saturn in your fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. This Saturn will start to greet Neptune in this area. So Neptune is going to add another element to this where it's, potentially going to say, hey, what old patterns or outdated patterns do you want to dissolve regarding how you make money? What really supports you physically? How you want to show up in the world? And what sort of foundation or living environment is going to support that most? This could also add an element of what do you want to refine regarding home, family, property, or real estate that also sort of refines your finances, your self-worth, and also supports your physical body and an ability to show up in the world the way you want to. And so Saturn moving into this area later in the day is definitely, I think we're all going to kind of feel this intensity and then this shift into an entirely different area. So, Saturn is going from Pisces, which is very emotional. It's sort of like the emotional spiritual realm, into Aries, which is a very physical realm. So I think, just that alone, we're going to feel that shift. But for you, I think it could be the taste or the beginning of, what living situation is going to support me financially, physically, and sort of restructure the foundation I need in order to create the most fulfillment in my life, whether that's through career, whether that's professional or personal. Now, I really want to end the month on May 26th when we have this new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees. Now, this new moon is going to, after all this sort of unfolds this month, this new moon is going to come along in your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So it seems like a lot is shifting and changing to maybe support a living situation, a financial situation that could also play into supporting you physically and your physical needs. That all leads up to this new moon in Gemini, which is basically a new beginning, planting new seeds or a new opportunity to focus on your health, your routines, or your work, or everything that I just mentioned. So this could be a wonderful sort of wrap up to the month to say, based off of everything that sort of unfolded, closed out, began with Saturn especially, what new chapter do you want to step into where, for some of you, it might be a new chapter to say, I want to step into more vitality. I want to start feeling good again. Or it could be, I want to step into the work that supports my career, my public recognition. Or if work and career is not a thing, it could be just stepping into the work that fulfills you, that brings a lot of fulfillment to your life, but also how this new beginning, this new opportunity, or planting these new seeds is also playing into supporting your gifts, your talents, your financial future, your career, public recognition, and what ultimately brings you the most fulfillment in life. So what's interesting about the new moon is that Mercury will be hanging out with this new moon. And Mercury is in rulership. Mercury is home in Gemini. So it's sort of like Mercury has good essential dignity. It has some resources. And so when I look at this new moon, this new beginning, new opportunity regarding regarding work, health, and routines, Mercury is Mercury is able to support, provide resources or support this new beginning, new opportunity, or planting new seeds involving health, work, and routines. Now, a lot of you who know astrology might look at the chart and say, well, Mercury's combust. Yes, technically it is. However, there is an exception in Hellenistic astrology, so whole sign house system, where if a planet is combust, but it is in rulership, it can be shielded. So you may agree with me, you may not agree with me, that's okay. It seems for the most part, again, there's exceptions with this, but for the most part, it seems to hold up. So what I've noticed with this exception is that this new beginning or this new opportunity that is starting to, that's playing out or starting the end of May could be, it could feel really new. When something is like a new beginning or a new opportunity and you're like, I'm ready, I feel good about it. It might not feel that way at that moment. So it might still feel anticipatory, or it might still feel like, whoa, I gotta, get my bearings here. This is new. So maybe something shifted financially, maybe something shifted around home, family, property, real estate, or career that sort of came to a head, and now it's pushing you into a new chapter, but that new chapter feels really new, and it might require some sort of getting your bearings. But with it being shielded or well-resourced, it's sort of like, well, maybe it feels anticipatory and it feels really new and you sort of have to get your bearings or sort of get used to it. But you have time, or you have some resources that are assisting you with that anticipatory energy or that newness energy. But regardless, I think a lot unfolds that could really bring things to a head regarding a work situation or a health situation or both, where a lot of Capricorn risings can really start to look at their immediate financial situation, their long-term financial situation, and what is most going to support that, and what home, family, property, or real estate themes are going to set that foundation in place, or maybe start the journey to sort of let things go that no longer support that foundation you really need, that's ultimately sets you up for success. Hello, Aquarius risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow. Hallelujah. This chapter, or what felt like a novel for many of you, is officially coming to a close. So Mars leaves shadow at 6 degrees 10 minutes in your Leo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So again, I don't look at just the planet being retrograde. I look at both shadow periods. So when you look at the shadow periods, Mars entered shadow the very beginning of October 2024 and is now leaving the direct shadow May 2nd. So this is really, a lot may have come up or happened within your personal or professional partnerships, including marriage. But there could have also been increasing themes regarding your work, what brings you fulfillment, and even sort of, your immediate environment or communication, people, places, things within that immediate environment sort of shifting and changing. So there could have been a lot of emphasis a lot of emphasis on what really will motivate you, or what really ignites your desire regarding your work, your health, your routines. For some of you with Mars rulership, really could have played out with a career, business, public recognition, or ultimately, I think a lot of this, it could have emphasized what is really going to bring you fulfillment, and sort of that change or that inner journey to discover the core motivations, the core desires might have felt a little uncomfortable or, different for some of you to sort of uncover, what work, health, routine situation is going to bring me the most fulfillment, whether it is a personal situation or a professional situation, and sort of maybe things unfolded within personal and professional partnerships that played a part in that or provided the environment for you to sort of dive deeper into that. Now, May 12th, there will be a full moon in your Scorpio 10th house of career and public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, whether that's personal or professional. This will be at 22 degrees. So if you have anything at 22 degrees in your chart, it will be part of this conversation. But generally speaking, this full moon in Scorpio is really interesting for Aquarius risings, because if you zoom out and you look at the whole picture, what rules your Scorpio 10th house of career and public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment? It's Mars. And Mars just recently officially closed out that cycle, left shadow. And so there could be something illuminating or culminating, or you could find yourselves even in some sort of spotlight regarding what you do or what brings you fulfillment that is playing a part in this full moon. So this full moon could be another boost of sort of conclusive energy regarding those themes that you've really been untangling and dealing with starting in October 2024. But all in all, this could be a really interesting time of, something really culminating in the career or what brings you fulfillment arena that is also potentially impacting a living situation, relationships with family. Some of you could also be reflecting on the foundation of your life and what foundation is going to fully support what brings you fulfillment or a career business situation as well. And, making necessary changes to what's going to fully support you individually, but also collectively with other people. Then on May 18th, we have Jupiter square the nodes. So I want to talk a little bit about this because I think there could be a lot of interesting things coming up with this. So Jupiter's been in your Gemini 5th house for almost a year, roughly a year. And yes, Jupiter is a planet of fortune and expansion and abundance. But Jupiter's been in detriment, which is really just a big, scary word for overexertion. And so the past year, some of you, like the pendulum could have kind of swung over here and then swung over there in terms of your creative pursuits, creative projects, what brings you joy. Some of you might have honestly spent the past year kind of exploring, like, oh, this over here looks interesting. I wonder if this will be sort of pleasurable for me or joyful for me. And then it's kind of like, oh, okay. And then maybe this over here. So for some of you, it could have been more exploratory in terms of diving into joy and creation, exploring what brings you joy and creation. And for some of you, it might literally be creating life. So if that's applicable to you through children, that could have been a theme that has kind of come up or, gone back and forth with. But I think the 5th house is the heart's desire. So I think this could have, whatever it was for you, I think roughly the past year has been this sort of back and forth or exploratory mode of the heart's desire. What do you really, what brings you joy? What's your heart's desire at this time? And it has, Jupiter rules your 2nd house of earned income, also what's yours, right? The second house is what's ours, your innate gifts and talents, like what you own, your material possessions, but even like your spiritual possessions, like what is your innate gift and talent, as well as like your value, how you value yourself, how you provide value to others as well through what is yours, like your self-worth. So I think there could have been even an element of how to create financial, spiritual, mental, physical abundance through exploring the heart's desire. And again, whatever that means to you. As well as Jupiter ruling the 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals. So there could have also been an exploratory or sort of looking at your social network. What opportunities are within your social network that sort of play into this story. Now, yes, Jupiter's in detriment, but what I've found over the years is when Jupiter gets to the last degrees in Gemini, which it's sort of reaching at this juncture, it sort of reaches this middle ground of, okay, I've gone over here, I've explored this over there. Where's the middle ground? What's my truth? What's this middle truth? And I think we're reaching this point, but I think for Aquarius risings, there could be sort of this deeper understanding or this middle ground or this truth that many of you are reaching in terms of your place in society, your place within your social network, your heart's desire, and how a lot of times our heart's desire is really the key to understanding our innate gifts and talents, what is innately ours, no one else's, and how you express that, how you find joy in that. And Saturn, which I'll get to later in the month or shortly, has been in this second house, sort of changing the perspective, but I think sort of saying, okay, how can we create structure or systems around our financial, physical, spiritual abundance, gifts, talents, self-worth, but also remain a little bit flexible, a little bit more compassionate with ourselves as we sort of explore our heart's desire. And I think Jupiter squaring the nodes in this second house of earned income, again, what is innately yours, what you own, your self-worth, as well as your 8th house of transformation, long-term financial sort of situations, investments, assets, debt, loans, as well as resources, including a partner's resources. So strong transformational and financial situations either having already played out or continuing to play out, where Jupiter squares the nodes here. And basically, I think is going to be a situation of where's my truth in terms of what brings me joy and creation in my life, where it also supports my social network, my long-term goals, where I can make necessary changes to how I make money, how I anchor myself into my self-worth, and how sometimes doing that changes the way we make money and how we create abundance, and also sort of playing a part in the long-term transformation or resources we want to create in our lives. So I think this will be a very interesting situation, particularly because Jupiter will be at the north bending. So planets or placements squaring the nodes can square the nodes in two places, the north bending or the south bending. And the north bending is indicative of like an energy that increases. So this is not a decrease or a releasing type of energy. This is an increasing type of energy. And this could quite literally translate with Jupiter ruling your second house of earned income and self-worth. This could translate into increasing your earned income and self-worth through joy and creation, and really stepping into that being a truth for you. This could also indicate your social network expanding or increasing due to sort of stepping into more joy and creation, right? We become more magnetic when we are joyful, when we are doing what brings us joy. We literally, it is, you walk into a room and someone is doing what truly fulfills them, what brings them joy. It's magnetic. We can't get enough of it. So I think some Aquarius risings, you might be stepping into this deeper truth around that, where for the past couple years, some of you have been really tested in this arena. Your faith has been tested, either, you know, financially, or your value or your self-worth in, you know, what you do. And, you know, integrating more of that joy and creation and having to sort of explore what that means for you, while also being maybe tested financially, whether it was your own individual, you know, finances, or, you know, a partner's finances, or both, with that second and eighth house connection. So I think this is where things start to center themselves and change. But when we get to, I think this is really setting the stage for the following week, where we get to May 24th. Now, I will say the situation I'm going to talk about on May 24th, I think a lot of us are going to feel it the week leading up to the 24th. And I'm also looking at this in Eastern Standard Time, so EST. So when I say earlier in the day or later in the day, please adjust that accordingly to your time zone based off of Eastern Standard Time. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes in your Pisces second house of earned income, self-worth. This is not only the anaretic degree, but this is also at the last minute. So the anaretic degree provides a sense of urgency. There is this like increased focus, itch you can't scratch. And Saturn rules your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, your life vision, your dream, also your first house of the self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world. So Saturn could be sort of increasing this massive sense of urgency or focus involving you personally, but also sort of maybe some visions or like subconscious dreams or visions that could be sort of playing into this financial situation or self-worth situation coming full force. What's really interesting is that when Saturn's at the last degree, the last minute in this area of earned income and self-worth, Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct or joined, merging their energies in your Taurus fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this will be the last time Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct in Taurus, in your fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate for, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 years. They'll be conjunct again, just in Gemini. So there is some element of conclusion around change or innovation regarding home, people you live with, family, property, real estate situation that could also be playing out. Now, Mercury does rule a financial house, more of the long-term financial situation or a partner's resources, as well as your Gemini fifth house of joy and creation. So earlier in the day on the 24th, or really the days leading up to the 24th, there could be this situation either changing or innovating regarding a home, family, property, or real estate situation that's also tying in sort of like an investment or a financial situation, as well as sort of saying, well, whatever's happening here, how do I choose joy? What's going to bring me the most joy and creation to change and innovate a living situation, a relationship with people you live with, family, property, real estate, where Saturn is really this sense of urgency or focus around what is going to physically feel best for me in my body, what is going to support me spiritually, mentally, my need for rest, recharge, and solitude, and how your value, your self-worth, and your financial situation is supporting that. So this could be like a relocation, a renovation, relationships with family. But I think the way it's configured in Aquarius rising's chart, at least the whole sign house system that I use, it looks like there's a lot of background energy saying, where can you invest in yourself? Where can you invest in joy, creation? What's going to support your physical body, how you want to show up in the world regarding this situation that could be financial or a living situation or relationships with family. So there could be, yes, there is a sense of urgency. Yes, there is this, Mercury and Uranus are like nervous systems. So there's a lot of action and energetic potential coming together in the fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. But for Aquarius risings in particular, it seems like there is sort of this background energy saying, regardless of the situation, stay anchored in the heart's desire, stay anchored in the joy. Like that's always going to lead you, when you choose that over fear or anxiety, that's going to lead you to the 12th house theme, right? The life vision, those subconscious thought patterns that you want to make a tangible reality. So later in the day, Saturn finally gets off that anaretic degree, that sense of urgency, and pushes into your Aries third house of communication, exchanging information, and really technology or those people, places, and things within your immediate environment. So now Saturn shifts into a very different area. Saturn is basically going from an emotional, spiritual realm to a very physical realm. So from a very basic standpoint or perspective, this is just a very different energy in the same day. So again, Saturn rules that 12th house of the subconscious, also the first house of the self and the physical body. So now the focus sort of, Saturn's pushing into more of a physical realm. We're working with the physical, and Saturn is structure. And, so this could push things for Aquarius risings into, okay, the first half of the day or the week leading up to the 24th, a lot could transpire. And Saturn pushing into your Aries third house could be, okay, now what do we do? what, like pushing things more into the physical realm where things could have been happening behind the scenes or discussed more privately or sort of working out, behind not so public. And now it's pushing into a more visible area or not an averse house where you're working more with the physical, and it's a house of communication, exchanging information, things in your immediate environment. So things could become very tangible, very physical with whatever's been sort of worked out or figured out throughout May at this juncture. Now, this isn't just Saturn and Aries, right? When we consider Saturn and Aries, it's, one description. But this is different because when Saturn enters your Aries third house, it's going to be greeted by Neptune. And Neptune dissolves, purifies, refines things. So whatever's transpiring, this indicates that it's sort of like, okay, what outdated patterns or structures do you want to dissolve or release that no longer serve you, no longer serve how you want to show up in the world, that no longer serve, any subconscious thought patterns or limiting beliefs or, any of that. And I'm sure many of you have been working through that for a long time with, the Pluto transits. But this is a time where it's sort of like you can really just release it, dissolve it, and say, I'm done. This doesn't work for me anymore. And it could also be sort of an opportunity to refine or purify your immediate environment or the immediate environment you want to live in, especially with the other fourth house themes kind of coming up this month. So this could be a wonderful time to sort of refine and purify those areas so that you can feel best in your community. You can feel best where you live. You can feel in, and also with the third house being communication, you can sort of feel good. The third house is also where like social events in our neighborhood or our community. So this could also indicate maybe that coming up, or, maybe a living situation and you sort of looking at, well, this is where I want to be because this is going to support my ability to network and socialize and create community around me, if that is something that resonates with you or something that you do work with. So very interesting day. I will talk more about Saturn's journey with Neptune, probably for the next couple years, to be honest. So I think this could be also a wonderful time for Aquarius risings to, especially after the past couple years, step into sort of a new identity or refine who you are, who you want to be, what you want to be known for. So this could be a really wonderful time to either have a clean slate or start to think about how you want to restructure how you communicate with the world, where you live, how you live, and sort of perfect and refine your identity, how you show up in the world, your physical body, how you want to feel in your body, feeling good in your body, feeling good in your mind, and how that transpires into all the other areas of your life. Now, I really want to end the month on May 26th when we have a new moon in your Gemini 5th house. Again, 5th house of joy and creation, whatever that specifically means for you, also the heart's desire. So all of this unfolds throughout May, and we get to May 26th, and this new moon comes along and is sort of like, hey, based off of what's unfolded, concluded, and now ramping up with Saturn, What new opportunity or new chapter or seeds do you want to plant regarding what brings you joy? Creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. But I think, going back to the fifth house and the heart's desire, sort of, what new energy after the past couple years of really exploring this area or being tested and challenged in this area, where do you want to close that out and create something new? Where this new moon will be hanging out with Mercury, and Mercury is in rulership. Mercury is home in Gemini, which basically means, by essential dignity, Mercury is fairly well resourced. And to me, this means whatever this new opportunity or new beginning is, Mercury is sort of there to help support it, to provide some resources to it. Now, what's interesting is that Mercury rules your 8th house of transformation, so transformational work. Also, this is a financial house, investments, assets, loans, partners' resources. So there could be the help or the resources to this new beginning from, with a financial situation, or it could be like some sort of transformational work could provide you the resource or the idea or the understanding to this new beginning involving integrating even more joy, more of your heart's desire, or getting more crystal clear around that joy and creation and heart's desire in your life. So I think there is some resources from those areas that could play a part in this. Now, some of you who know astrology might look at the chart and go, well, Mercury is combust. Yes, technically Mercury is combust, but in Hellenistic astrology, there is an exception to that rule where, and you may agree with me, you may not, that's totally fine. It also depends on your natal placements. That might not work with this, or it may work with this. But generally over the years, I've seen it hold up for the most part, where if a planet is combust, but it is in rulership, it is shielded, it is protected. So maybe this new, planting new seeds, a new chapter, a new opportunity around getting clear on your heart's desire, a situation with creativity, self-expression, children, whatever it may be, it might, with Mercury technically being combust, it might feel anticipatory. It might feel very new. There could be like this element of whatever's happening throughout May, things might feel like, whoa, this is new territory for me. This feels really new, and there's a period of adjustment maybe needed. But with Mercury being in rulership, there could be some level of protection or shield. So maybe, for example, maybe you feel very anticipatory about it, or you feel like, whoa, this is new territory for me involving these themes. But the resources could be the time to adjust, or the money to provide you more resources or help to sort of ease that anticipatory sort of newness feeling, or create situations that feel less nervous and more excited about whatever it is. So there is help, there is resources, and then that's why I wanted to sort of talk about that, because I think, it's really easy in astrology to look at things and get anxious and get nervous and go down these wormholes. So I wanted to provide some understanding or perspective on that of like, yes, this could feel a little different for some of you, but there is help, there is resources, there is essential dignity there. So overall, I think May is an extremely interesting month where there's a lot of conclusive energy that could be pushing some of us in entirely new directions that back in 2024 we never saw coming. But now, we might be looking back and saying, okay, like it makes sense. So for you Aquarius risings, I think there's a lot sort of moving forward with work or what, a work, a health, or what provides you fulfillment. Saturn sort of intensifying and pushing into an entirely new territory where you can work more in the physical, work more in the physical realm regarding your immediate environment, how you communicate, create community, things going on with it, even within your neighborhood. And Jupiter sort of increasing certain themes around your heart's desire, your social network, your long-term goals, and your finances that are going to help create the action and the necessary change regarding the situation playing out in May. And then really it comes to this conclusion on May 26th saying, based off of what's happened, what seeds do you want to plant? What new beginnings and new opportunities do you want to create around your heart's desire? Or like I said, many of you maybe have been tested or your faith has been tested regarding that, either financially or through transformational work or a partner's resources. That's now, coming to a close, where Jupiter is about to move into its place of exaltation next month. And for you Aquarius risings, this is going to really start to provide, or hopefully more expansion and more resources, with Jupiter being in exaltation in your Cancer 6th house of daily work, health, and routines, and start to trine and create more flow and less obstacles to that 10th house of fulfillment or career, as well as your finances, your self-worth, and your value. Hello, Pisces risings. On May 2nd, Mars officially leaves shadow at 6 degrees, 10 minutes in your Leo 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So when we look at the retrograde cycle plus the shadow periods, the Mars situation has had, Pisces risings for you in this period from, early October 2024 through now. That's where it's ending, regarding maybe financial themes, your work, your health, the growth and potential you really are looking for in 2025, and how your finances, your work, your health, maybe children as well, are sort of playing a part in that, where Mars is now officially ending that chapter, or what for many Pisces risings, Pisces risings you guys have had a lot of activity going on, where finally this Mars is saying goodbye, and it's going to continue moving direct out of this shadow period through your 6th house. And this is probably going to help with any plan of action, motivation, and desire around your work, your health, and routines that could have a positive influence or dissolution of obstacles regarding a financial situation, your self-worth, as well as your career and sort of what brings you fulfillment. So I'm hoping that with this Pisces risings, you start to feel the shift into more of that forward movement in the direction you want things to go in. Now, additionally, on May 2nd, Venus will be conjunct Neptune at 1 degree of Aries. So Venus conjunct Neptune in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. Venus Neptune, in my opinion, is really great if you're an artist or a creative. Venus Neptune can really be great for like media, artistry, creation, those kinds of things in the 2nd house of earned income. So if you're an artist, if you're creative, This could be a time of like ideas or like boundless ideas for media, for creation that could turn into something lucrative. But more specifically, Venus rules your Taurus third house of communication, your, people, places, things within your immediate environment, as well as your Libra eighth house of transformation, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources. So this could signal a lot of things. The first thing that comes to mind is this could be sort of the dissolution of like an investment or a partner's resources or some legal situation that is playing into your own individual earned income. This could also be sort of the creating more love and more value through your own communication, through your own needs in your immediate environment, or through transformational work that could have an impact on your perspective financially. The second house is a financial house, but it's also sort of like our value, right? And that could be financial, that could be spiritual, mental, physical. So where can you maybe shift perspectives on creating more love and value to not only like your financial outlook, but the Venus Neptune could be sort of, it's sort of like Neptune dissolves and like refines and purifies. So it's sort of like some of you might even see financial opportunities or see where you can create more value in your life where you couldn't before, right? Because Venus is sort of like what we love and value, but it rules sort of that immediate environment, your ability to communicate, but also those like long-term financial situations or resources. So some of you might be seeing beyond your current situation, or you might be able to see different perspectives or like outcomes financially through maybe, your communication, technology, exchanging information. So I would pay close attention to either like a partner's resources or a legal situation sort of coming to a close, or any sort of communication or exchanging information in your sort of closer immediate environment that could be playing a part in some sort of financial situation. If you travel for work, if travel, continuing education, really anything you're pursuing for growth and potential, if not already, this Venus Neptune conjunction could also sort of be an interesting, like, the the growth and potential, the travel, the teaching, the publishing, the higher knowledge, the the resources, the additional resources that some of you may have are sort of, again, playing a part in maybe shifting your perspective on how you earn money, shifting your perspective on creating value. So again, I think this might, again, if you're an artist or a creative, this could really help expand the creativity or the vision, or in a way where, we're talking about a Venus and Aries. So I want what I want and I want it now. A Venus and Aries is I'm just going to go do it. I'm going to make it happen. But if you're not an artist or a creative, this could be sort of an interesting situation where maybe you're starting to see other opportunities to make money or create more value in your lives. Now, May 12th, there will be a full moon in your Scorpio ninth house of growth and potential at 22 degrees. So if you know your chart, you have anything at 22 degrees, you definitely want to take those placements into this conversation with the full moon. But generally speaking, this full moon is interesting to me because when I'm looking at the whole story playing out here, we have Mars just leaving shadow, officially closing out that cycle for good. And now we have a full moon in a Mars ruled area, which is sort of an additional conclusive, culminating, closing things out, illuminating this area. So maybe some of you have been really looking at, growth and potential, the next chapter of growth and potential in your life that could have involved higher education, teaching, traveling, spirituality, really anything for growth and potential where, you've either explored it or you're sort of continuing to explore it. But regardless, I think with Mars leaving shadow and moving forward, I think it could sort of help not only the work, health, routine situation, but I think this full moon is also an indicator of saying, okay, what is, how can we sort of either wrap up the story for that growth and potential or sort of illuminate it in a way where we can see the path forward regarding that growth and potential that for some of you could really involve, the work or the financial situation. May 18th, Jupiter at 25 degrees Gemini. So Jupiter will square the nodes. So I'm going to break this down a little bit because for some of you, it might be a little bit complicated to listen to. So Jupiter has been in your Gemini fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. Yes, Jupiter is the planet of good luck, abundance, expansion. However, Jupiter is in detriment in Gemini. So that is a big, scary word for overexertion. There could have been a lot of going back and forth, looking at all your options, things really coming up with home, family, property, and real estate that have you sort of change your perspective or sort of go back and forth. So for many Pisces risings, a lot has happened in this area. And this is important because Jupiter is your ruling planet. It rules you, your physical body, how you want to show up in the world. And so Jupiter is sort of wrapping up its transit in this Gemini fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate for you. And on May 18th, Jupiter will square the nodes, where the north node's in your first house of self, and the south node is in your seventh house of personal and professional partnership. So when we're looking at squares to the nodes, it can either be at a south bending or a north bending. Jupiter will be at a north bending, which is generally indicative of an energy of increase instead of a decrease or a releasing. So there could be increasing themes or increasing focus or situation regarding home, family, property, or real estate that you are obviously personally involved in, but it could also involve a career, public recognition, or what's bringing you fulfillment. So there could be something playing out regarding home, family, property, real estate themes where you're also considering or really increasing your focus on, well, what living situation is going to support my career, my public recognition, or what brings me fulfillment? What sort of dynamics within the home are going to support my ability to take care of my physical body, take care of my appearance, take care of, again, what brings me fulfillment? So there could be a lot of action and decisions and changes in May now that we're sort of wrapping up all of these retrograde cycles, where I think Pisces risings, this could be a really great time to take action on really solidifying that foundation that is going to fully support you feeling good in your body, but also fully support your ability to focus on your career or personal and professional fulfillment. So this could create the action and change necessary in order to align those things after some of these areas have been under a lot of review for some time. Now, when we get to May 24th, this is a really interesting day, but to be completely honest, the days leading up to the 24th, so really, the few days, even the week, if you're sensitive, leading up to the 24th, you could really feel the energies that I'm about to talk about. I am also looking at Eastern Standard Time. So when I say earlier in the day or later in the day, please adjust to your time zone. So May 24th, earlier in the day, Saturn will be at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Pisces. So Saturn is going to be at not only the anaretic degree, but also the last minute in your first house of self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world. So Saturn's been going through your first house for a few years now. And now Saturn's reached this last degree, last minute. So usually when planets reach the last degree in an area, there is this sense of urgency, sort of like an itch you can't scratch. It's just, it's this focus. It's sort of, it just becomes a very emphasized area of our chart and thus life. Now, Saturn rules your 11th house of social network and long-term goals, as well as your 12th house of your subconscious thought patterns, more of the hidden aspects of your life. And so Saturn could be really creating this sense of urgency around you personally, your individual needs that are going to set you up for success long term. But it could also involve sort of the life vision, the thought patterns that you want to build, you want to make a tangible reality, as well as how that plays into your long-term goals. At the same time, so when Saturn's at this anaretic degree, this huge sense of urgency, at the same time, Mercury and Uranus will be joined in your Taurus third house of communication, exchanging information. Again, your immediate environment, the people, places, and things within your immediate environment at 27 degrees. So when Mercury and Uranus are conjunct, it's a lot of like nervous system kind of energy. What's important to note about this is that Mercury and Uranus will be joined here for the last time. The next time Mercury and Uranus will be joined in Taurus will be, I don't know, maybe 80, 90 years from now. So they'll join again, but in Gemini, not Taurus. So there is some element of conclusion here. Now, what's interesting is Mercury rules your fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate, as well as your Virgo seventh house of personal and professional partnerships. So this could have some element of change or innovation or even some energy of conclusion around a home, family, property, real estate situation, or something that's been playing out within personal and professional partnerships. So something within the home or any of those themes I just mentioned could sort of suddenly shift, change, innovate, conclude, where I think could feel good. Like it could feel sort of like, May is a lot of conclusive energy going on in the background. Where I think for Pisces risings, it's been a lot. There's been a lot going on in the more visible areas of the chart. And so this could be a welcomed conclusion where, okay, we did the change, something could be sort of worked out or concluded within a personal or professional partnership. Something could be worked out and concluded within your living environment, home, family, property, real estate as well, where, there is this sense of urgency around the situation also playing a part and considering, your vision, your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations. So there's kind of these two different scenarios playing out in the chart where something could be innovating, changing, or concluding regarding home, family, property, real estate themes, as well as impacting your personal and professional partnerships, where there is a heavy emphasis in it changing, innovating, or concluding to align you personally to your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations, and sort of that hidden vision that hopefully you can sort of make into a tangible reality, or the change or innovation is sort of shifting you into that. Now, later in the day, Saturn is going to push off of that anaretic degree. It's going to push into your Aries second house of earned income and self-worth. So this is interesting because Saturn has been in a very emotional, spiritual realm. And later in the day, Saturn is going to officially push into a more physical realm. So, and it's getting off of an angular house for Pisces risings. So this might be good for some of you because Saturn and angular houses can, angular houses basically mean squares, change, action. Saturn is, structure and discipline, and, it's been in your first house of self and the physical body, opposing your seventh house of partnerships, squaring your 10th house of career, your fourth house of home and family. So it's a lot's happened for a lot of Pisces risings, and very visible, the main four pillars of life: you, career fulfillment, your partnerships, home and family. Now Saturn is moving off of that and moving into your second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, if you go down the rabbit hole and the wormholes that astrology can often, there's a lot out there, you'll read a lot about the doom and gloom of Saturn in the second house of earned income and self-worth. But I can assure you that it's not always true. A lot of highly successful people have Saturn in the second house. Saturn in the second house can change the way you make money, can restructure the way you earn a living. So Saturn moving into the second house could start a little taste, a little journey of restructuring your finances or your self-worth or both. And in a way where some of you might really start to, it could be a life vision. It could be sort of how you envision your life to be and how you can create that into a tangible reality through anchoring yourselves into your value, your innate gifts, talents, and even through your finances. This could also be a time of creating change and action around who you surround yourselves with, how you interact with the masses, any dreams, long-term goals, and how that changes your perspective or the way you look at money or your self-worth. Now, Saturn entering the second house, it's sort of like work smarter, not harder. And where can you think long-term about your money, right? Just if you look at money is currency and currency is energy. So how can you think long-term about your energy, your value, your self-worth? That, this Saturn is not just a Saturn in Aries. It is going to be greeted by Neptune. So Neptune is there to say, hey, before you rebuild or you think long term about your finances or your self-worth regarding your goals, who you surround yourselves with, and sort of that the hidden visions in your mind that you want to bring to life. Before we do that, Neptune is going to greet Saturn and say, what do you want to dissolve? What outdated boundaries, structures, or systems regarding how you interact with your social network and your goals, or those subconscious thought patterns that don't serve you anymore? In order to build the future that you want, what do you need to dissolve and let go of structurally, whether it's mental or, physical in your social network or going after your goals, that aren't going to support that future anymore? So this could be sort of a journey, a little bit of a taste of dissolving those structures, systems, even generational patterns around how you think you have to earn money, how, like, what you think of in terms of your self-worth, and sort of creating a new reality around your social network, who you surround yourselves with, creating a new reality around transforming your subconscious thought patterns. What you perceive is what you receive. And how you go after your long-term goals to create a new system, a new structure, a new foundation that supports how you want to earn money, how you want to anchor yourselves into your self-worth. So this is going to be a very interesting, especially with Neptune being a part of this picture in your second house of earned income and self-worth. And so again, this is sort of shifting from the emotional, spiritual to the physical. So for some of you, this might feel very like a physical action, physical impulsivity towards creating more value, for yourself, but also, physically in your life. So this is a very interesting day, very interesting week leading up to this day, where again, sense of urgency building that then pushes things into an entirely new territory, where some of you could see a lot of shift and innovation to your home, family, property, real estate, or even things within your personal and professional partnerships that shift and change things or innovate things in a way where, you start moving into a new chapter of surrounding yourselves with new people, creating new long-term goals, really starting to release those outdated limiting beliefs or sabotage mental thought patterns that are not going to support that new foundation and that new life of prosperity or self-worth that you want to create. Now, all of this sort of unfolds throughout May, and I really want to end the month on May 26th, when there's a new moon in Gemini at 6 degrees in your Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So all of this unfolds in May, and it sort of concludes with this new opportunity, this new chapter around a living situation, relationships with people you live with. Again, any home, family, property, or real estate theme. Some of you might be, redecorating or renovating or, establishing new ways of existing with people in your home. Whatever it may be regarding those themes, this could be a time of planting new seeds, creating a new chapter, creating new opportunities around your sacred space, the foundation in your life that supports all the other areas of your life. What is particularly interesting about this new moon is that Mercury is going to be hanging out with this new moon. Mercury is home in Gemini. It's in rulership. So by essential dignity, it's got pretty good essential dignity. Basically, it means that Mercury is well resourced and comfortable. So to me, this new moon, planting new seeds, new beginning, new opportunity regarding any home, family, property, or real estate themes, Mercury is supportive. There is a supportive feel to it. Now, Mercury also rules your Virgo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So the resources or the support could be coming from your loved ones, your long-term partnerships in your life, those people that you are closest to. But I think this could also indicate a new, refreshing way of living. You know, what living situation, dynamic relationships with people you live with or family is going to support you most, is going to create the foundation you need. And that might be coming from, you know, those long-term personal or professional partnerships that are playing a part in that, or supporting that, or providing some resources for that. Or it could be sort of a new outlook on the home you need, the dynamic you need, what space is going to make you feel the best to support the other areas of your life. And that could, for some of you who are especially single, like some of you might also be integrating, you know, how can I create a space that not only feels good for me, but also aligns to the people I want to attract in my life, whether that's personal or professional. So this could be a wonderful time to sort of conclude the month to say, how do I want to refresh the foundation in my life and create a situation that can unfold over the next 5 or 6 months involving that foundation or relationships with people you live with or family, that can be sort of a win-win for you or a win-win for those closest, most supportive people in your life. Now, a lot of you who know astrology will look at the chart and say, well, Mercury is combust, which basically means Mercury is sort of burned up by the sun's rays. That is true. However, there is an exception, at least in Hellenistic astrology, again, whole sign house system, where if a planet is combust, but in rulership, it is shielded, it is sort of protected. This seems to hold up with all the years that I've been doing it. Again, there's some factors that, you know, make this not really apply. But what I've found is sort of whatever new beginning or new opportunity you are desiring or initiating around this time regarding home, family, property, or real estate themes, that could involve your closest partnerships, personal or professional. It could, with Mercury combust, it could feel anticipatory. It could feel new. It could feel like, ooh, this is good, but like I don't know how this is going to feel. I don't know what it's going to look like on the other side. However, because Mercury's in rulership and sort of shielded, there could be resources or help to support any delay or anticipatory kind of feelings, or that super newness kind of feeling, where you're like, it's new, you know, maybe you don't feel fully comfortable yet, or you need some bearings to kind of get acclimated. But I'm hoping with Mercury in rulership, it's providing the resources you need to sort of shield yourself and step into a new beginning, a new chapter involving home, family, property, or real estate that really supports you, that provides opportunity to really focus on your financial future, your self-worth, and really create more space and opportunity to attract the people you already have and also want, where potentially there could be those resources and support to sort of help this new chapter that could unfold over the next 5 or 6 months that ultimately creates that platform and that foundation for Pisces risings.